Welcome, everyone, to Conquerors of Nolyn. Quite a jump there from settlers to conquerors now. So,
Yep.
to those of you who remember, and those of you who don't, about 50 years ago, the western continent of Nolyn was discovered. And immediately, the westernmost kingdoms here in northern Gundra. That would be Mythos and Curia, and to a lesser degree also Lignia. All those three countries started trying their best to make a colonization effort, seek those western lands and discover what there is to be discovered about those. About 35 or so years ago, some people did discover something in the western continent of Nolyn. It is mostly discussed and rumored about what this discovery was. Very few people know for sure. Some say that the gods walked the earth. Some say that a great plague happened. Some say that, well, some say that dragons are alive and hiding over there. People have been saying all sorts of things, and all 7 of you, because of various reasons, with all of your individual and unique backgrounds, decided to seek this lands to the west. Maybe to get some fame, maybe to get some adventure, maybe all those secrets that people have been discovering in the western lands could help you in your own personal endeavors and pursuits. This talk of dragons, this talk of resurgence of magic and great things happening, it piques your interest, it piques your curiosity. Unfortunately, very few of you actually have the means to truly pursue those myths and legends. Luckily, however, a Mythosian hunter guild that apparently had, about several decades ago, started to fall into disgrace, had a recent revival that seemed to coincide with this resurgent event that happened 35 years ago. You're not entirely sure about the story of this Hunters Guild revival, but you have heard the rumors that say that a Mythosian noble, alongside a bunch of upstarts, managed to, well, unite themselves with natives of those lands to the west, broker all sorts of allegiances and friendships, and with their huge accrued power managed to make Southern Nolyn an independent land. Of course, all of you people from Mythos are not super in-depth on the politics surrounding the Kyrian colonies and Kyria itself. So all what you hear is truly rumors and wild stories that you have heard during your life and some of your travels. So, at several points during the year, many of you reunite individually in the city of Solzia, the capital of Mythos, and start making your way to the port city of Capaya after being officially funded by the God Slayers, the Hunters Guild that is seeking recruits and people capable of adventuring, and they are offering free passage and all sorts of benefits to those willing to go west and discover all there is to discover about those lands. Our story starts indeed in the Hunters Guild in the City of Redemption that has been built very recently, and yet it's grown very big already. The city is situated on the Mythosian colony sides of the Dragon's Pride Fjord. The further north you go, the colder it gets. But over there, in Redemption, it's still a very temperate climate, with more or less well-set seasons. Farming is good, hunting is good, and the adventuring business is also very good. So much so that when you arrive there, you find out that the Adventurers Guild, even though they are seeking recruits, they are seeking seasoned recruits. And most of you end up not really doing much. Sienna, when you arrived in Redemption, very eager to prove yourself and help, go into the fields and pursue your skills of herbalism. They didn't seem to have any openings for you, and then they said that within the week they would come back to you with news and maybe an actual position for you, a job, so to speak. The week came and went, and nothing. By the 7th day, your supervisor, Mr. Villavel, a weasel, came to you once again and told you that they didn't have anything, and within the next week they would have something. By the end of that week, they said that within the next fortnight they would have something. By the end of that fortnight, they said that within the month they would have something. Nearly a whole season goes by before Mr. Villavel comes to you again. Flower girl.
My name's Sienna, sir.
Yes. Sienna, I know you have been waiting quite a while for a job, an opportunity to prove yourself, and well, it finally has come. We have a job for you, field work for you.
Really?
Yes, really. You see that he is a very grumpy, kinda older man, this tiny weasel, carrying clipboards and a quill, just pretty much kinda directing the whole thing and just looking around this workshop, this herbalism workshop where you are where you have been set up for the past 2 months. And you know him. Everyone kind of lowers their heads and just nods whenever Villavel says anything. and it isn't strange to you that when you seem happy with this very good news, he keeps his very grumpy demeanor. You see, we have a contact in the Mythosian city of Myrgos who is retiring. We get plants from them, from Myrgos. And this gentleman that is retiring was the only one who knew our necessities for these plants. And since he is retiring, or have retired already, there is no one there who knows what we need. And you have been here for a couple months, you know what we need. So we will be sending you to the city of Myrgos to receive the shipment of plants and bring them back safely. Well, that is a stretch. We really just need you to verify the plants and make sure that they are the plants we need, that they're not sending any misplaced seeds, plants, and everything they are sending is the quality we have agreed upon in the past.
Of course, sir. I'll. When do you want me to leave? Should I pack now?
Oh yes, the sooner the better. The ship should be leaving in about a few hours. I suppose you also should take those friend of yours, the tall one and the short one. They also have been pestering me for opportunities. Well, not me necessarily, but the guild as a whole. And I suppose, why not? So fetch your friends, get ready, and I suppose we will discuss a little bit more about the plants that you will be needing to bring. You know them very well, don't you? The green beans.
Yes, sir. Of course. I've been working in the alchemy lab for 2 months. I know everything we need.
Alright. But just to make sure, I'll make sure that Jameson tells you about the green beans that we need. Just to make sure. And Sienna.
Yes, sir.
This might seem like menial job, but this is very important to the guild. So don't screw this up.
You can trust me, sir. I'll get Rend and Basil right away.
Alright, maybe do this for the guild and you'll graduate from being Flower Girl. And he just turns around and leaves.
Sienna will run in whatever direction she believes Rend and Basil happen to be. Probably at full speed, doing her best not to run into anything.
Alright, you run out of the workshop and here in the guild you do find that there's a lot of fancy rooms inside the whole guild. And to the side, kind of to the back, there's a sort of a barracks where they keep recruits, people who are still proving themselves, and that also don't have the means to support themselves here in the City of Redemption. And that is where you find Rend and Basil, your rabbit folk and canine folk friends that you have met in these 2 years that you have been stuck here with not a job to do.
Not 2 years. 2 years would have broken her.
She's a tough girl.
2 months is a long time.
This is a long time. Sienna will burst into the room and just shout the names. Rend, Basil, go, Hour, go, fieldwork, field.
Calm down,
Sienna,
girl.
what are you talking about?
The supervisor guy whose name I've already forgotten. We have to be on a boat for Mirgos in an
Wait, what?
And then, so they are finally letting us out of this place to actually do some work. Finally. And
Now I can stop beating you up all the time.
please, once you've done that.
Multiple times.
Uh-huh. We're not gonna have this discussion again, Rand. And I just grab my pack and say, so where are we heading off to, Sienna?
We need to be on a boat going to Mirgos, and I have to go talk to Jameson about what we're supposed to be picking up on.
Okay, well,
We should all probably go talk to Jameson.
yeah, we'll go. Right, that thing people do.
Yes, we'll need to do that. Alright.
Only to
See
sell some crap.
Basil stretch a little, getting out of his meditative pose he was in before, and grabs his bag and follows you along.
It didn't hurt
Grabs his
your
pack.
throat, did you?
Come again, bud? What did you say?
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out there.
My internet connection is wonderfully awful. Sienna was asking Rend and Basil whether or not they had hurt themselves while practicing because she has patched up Rend before while practicing.
I'm fine.
I took it easy on him this time.
Take it easy on you.
Uh-huh.
By the way, do you need an axe? Or do you want an axe?
You know I don't use axes. It was never the weapon that we trained with in the monastery. Short swords, yes, but axes were not
Yeah.
something very practiced with us.
Really, you can throw it.
You're just wanting me to carry your stuff. You know,
I was just thinking, that's all.
we can discuss this while we're on the boat. Why don't we follow Sienna and get this going so that we can head out of here soon?
Okay, I want to sell off some things, but okay.
Some fresh air will do us good.
I'm just grabbing the big fuck off sword.
So, the three of you quickly pack your things and run towards into the city of Redemption, and then make your way to the dock side of the city. In fact, I will show the city. Why not?
City map. City map. City map.
So you leave here, the Adventurers Guild, and make your way quickly and very excitedly towards the docks, where you find a ship apparently getting ready to leave to Murgos. And on top of that, you also see Jameson, one of your supervisor's kind of assistants that have been working in the herbalism workshop in the guild, and he seems very concerned as he just looks around. Seems to be kind of making mental calculations in his mind. He is a bear folk, but for a bear folk, he looks very meek, sorta. He wears glasses and he kind of has a hunched over posture, and also seems to be looking also at a clipboard that he has on his hands, thinking almost out loud. You can kind of see him moving his mouth as if he's talking, but he isn't emitting any sound, and he just he also has the whole herbalism garb about him. And when you arrive, he just looks at all of you and says, "Oh, hello, Sienna. I was told by Mr. Villavelle to tell you about the green beans that you're gonna fetch us, right?"
Sure.
Well,
I brought basil like I was asked.
oh yeah, sure. We'll be having. This is gonna be a big shipment. This only happen every 6 months. It's quite a shipment, so we'll be having a lot of boxes to carry. So it's good that you brought the big one, but I don't know that the little one can carry so much. But the green beans that you will be bringing is well, you know them, the brie shrubs. They have been growing very well since the last few years, and the ones that they grow up north, they seem a little bit more resistant to cold. And he starts going on and babbling about the green beans. And you, Sienna, as an accomplished herbalist of sorts, you know quite a lot about the brie shrub. You know for a fact that it's a plant with all sorts of medicinal capabilities, and here in the guild, they have been preparing all sorts of chemical compounds of sort in the apothecary in the guild to make all sorts of anesthetics. It's pretty much the medieval equivalent to opium. And they're...
Hey, Doug, you said that there was kind of a concerned look on this guy's face when we first came by? Because he kind of was like talking to himself?
Yeah, more so that he's just pondering and wondering about this whole shipment.
Okay, interesting.
And he gives you the whole spiel about the exact type of green beans that they need to bring back. Shape, size. He actually hands you a few hand-drawn illustrations of how they should look like. This guy, you know him to be somewhat neurotic, and he seems very concerned that someone will get it wrong. But he entrusts you, Sienna, with the description of the green beans you need to bring back. A huge shipment of them, apparently, several boxes.
You can trust us, sir. I know what they look like. I've been working with them for months. We won't mess it up.
Yes.
So are we bringing these back by boat, or are we having to travel across land once we get over there?
Oh, no, not at all. You will be bringing them by boat. But when they arrive in the city, someone will have to carry them back to the guild, and there are gonna be many heavy boxes. So,
Okay.
It would be nice to have help. It should be a very peaceful trip, about a week or two. So, well, I hope you have a great time at the sea. The trivia.
Hey, Doug, can I do an insight check?
Sure.
I want to see if there's something he's not telling us.
First roll of our game.
First
Early
roll.
game.
Ah, dang it. Only a 12.
Basil, looking at this guy and trying to get a hang for what's going on with him, he just seems very neurotic, very concerned, somewhat paranoid. He seems to be the kind of person who wants to do things themselves, who doesn't trust anyone else to do something, and seeing the way that he seems very trepidatious about this whole thing, you get the sense that he is not fond of the water or traveling.
Basil's just gonna go up. You said his name was Jamie or something?
Yeah, Jameson.
Jameson, he's our
Jameson.
supervisor.
Yes. Basil's just going to go up to Jameson, pat him on the leg because he's a short boy. Say, don't worry, sir. We'll do fine. We'll bring this back, the shipment back just fine, and then we'll get a way to get them all delivered to the guild just fine. You shouldn't have to worry about this.
He just looks at you, and you see this kind of sheepish smile as he kind of awkwardly laughs, like, okay, sure, if you say so, but please, be careful, we really need this, and, you know, well, Sienna more so than the both of you, that these plants that you're going to bring, they have been widely used in the Adventurers Guild because whenever adventurers get hurt, they need, well, they need anesthetics and such other things to treat them, and these green beans are a huge part of that treatment, and if the shipment doesn't arrive, the Adventurers Guild is gonna go without healing supplies for quite a while. In fact, Sienna, the healer's kit that you carry with yourself,
Have a healer's kit?
I think you do, don't you?
I don't. I haven't. We haven't gone shopping. I haven't bought anything other than my standard starting equipment, which doesn't give me a healer's kit.
I mean,
I have alchemy supplies.
in these 2 months that you have been stuck in here, it would have more than ample time to go shopping.
If we're going shopping, I have things I want to sell.
Come again?
Yeah.
I have things to sell, Doug.
Same.
Okay, so
I want to sell.
Same.
yeah, the ship wouldn't be sailing immediately, so you do have time to just sell some of your things and get other things. But are you gonna be getting a healer's kit?
I would like to. I'd also like to sell enough things to afford a herbalism kit as well.
Sure.
Right now, I can afford one of them.
Okay. Since in theory you would not have started with some things to get other things, all this starter equipment you can sell it for the buy price.
Just whatever the price is for the PHP.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to sit here and do math then.
I'll do that to clear out some of my stuff as well.
But in any case, if you do end up getting a healer's kit, you do know that in this healer kit itself is there are some samples of distilled green beans that have been treated into a chemical substance to alleviate pain and other such things, and for quite a while they have been a standard issue with the healer's kit. So, all three of you, Sienna, Rand, and Basil, you get your things ready, get on doing some shopping, preparing yourselves, and then you get on the ship, the Green Serpent, that sails from the City of Redemption onwards to Murgos, which takes you guys a while, but you're not too concerned. This is the first time you were going out in an adventure on the behest of the guild, so this is awesome. It's like not adventure-y, but still, it's pretty cool. So you make your way out of Redemption, sailing down to the city of Wildhaven, and then making all the way over to the city of Ra, another Hunters Guild that serves kind of an outpost between the the mainland and the colonies. And then when the ship gets over there, he goes around this big island of Serais all the way up to the Mythosan colonies, and you land in Murgos, where the three of you find this to be a very big city, awfully cold, but a big city nonetheless, where all sorts of trading is going. You see people from all sorts of species and backgrounds. For a colony, this is a very big one. And you see, on top of that, that there seems to be some quite advanced transportation system built into the city of Murgles that seems to lead into the other colonies. An innovation brought from the further cities from the mainland, from from the country of Nord and Lerbach. They have built what seems to be sort of carriage that runs on rails, and seems to be able to reach. Come again?
It's a train.
Yes. They call this a train, and they have built a very long metal track that runs between all the cities in the colonies, going north and north and even further north. You're not entirely sure how far it goes, but they have been building it, and that seems to help supply all these very distant colonies and cities, and bring back all sorts of minerals and other things that they can only get way further up in the continent. But it doesn't concern you that much. You're here for plants after all. So, as all of you go and start talking to the supplier who was providing the plants, indeed, they do make small talk with you guys about how the previous guy had retired and they're looking for anyone to replace him, and and how they're trying their best to supply the city with their necessary demands. And this guy that retired, he was a user of magic and he could send mental messages to people all over the place, but in his advanced years he seems to be retiring in a very nice floating city way further down in the continent that you have heard rumors of but never seen. In any case, through a small talk, all of you guys start loading loading crates with the green beans, and a very big shipment of crates. There's about 3 by 3 by 3 feet crates. There seems to be like a dozen of them at least.
Would I know if this is a much larger shipment than usual, or only like regular size or slightly?
I don't know that you have the background necessary to know this, but seeing how much free space they had in the ship and how nobody seems to be nobody here seems to be kind of shifty about it, you get the sense that this is the shipment, the correct one, correct size and content.
Can I randomly select a box and inspect it, comparing it to the hand-drawn representation that I was given by Supervisor Jameson?
Sure. You think to yourself for a moment, kind of, since you're the highest authority here when it comes to redemption business for the herbalism branch of the guild, no one seems to raise any arguments, and they allow you to go and check the boxes. So make a nature check.
Sienna will flip down her little goggles and flip down her magnifying lenses on them and take a look. 15.
These green beans here, they seem pretty good. Even better than the ones you have seen at the guild. These are fresh green beans. They are big, very plump, and they look fantastic. For a moment, you feel taken aback by how good these samples are, and you can't help but to wonder that if you had arrived in the guild several months earlier, you would have seen the best ones there, instead of just seeing the remainders of the whole bunch.
Sienna will be satisfied, set it back down, seal the box up, take her goggles off, and we're all set to go, I think. Once
I
everything's
lift things
loaded,
up and put them down.
down avoidance juice.
Come again, Rand?
I said lift things up and put them down.
Okay. They are heavy boxes. They weigh about some oh boy, they weigh about 40, almost 50 pound each. And
I can lift that.
sure.
I know you can lift that, Rend, but do we have something that we can use to transport these with? Because manually transporting all these boxes to the boat is not going to be effective.
They do supply you guys, kind of like as a courtesy, more so than anything, with a cart dragged along by a cavall, which is a creature that has the same build as a horse, but has the head of an eagle.
Is this a beast?
Yes, this is a beast.
Write it down. Can you spell the name for me?
Sure. The cavals, they are like griffins, but they're not winged. The front paws are actually claws and talons, and the hind ones are actually hooves.
Remember this when I get my wild build.
Sure. And there is this cart pulled by one of the cavals that they have here that helps you bring these crates from the storehouse to the docks, and then help you load into the ship. The captain of the ship, Captain Grindel, is a caribou. He would normally be supervising the coming in and out of this shipment, but first he seems to trust you guys enough to let you do your own thing, since the guild has personally sent you, so he's not gonna argue with the guild and whoever they send. And second, he seems a little bit distracted because he is talking with this group, 4 other people, 2 dragonborns, a canine folk, and a gigantic minotaur, who seem to be seeking passage to the City of Redemption itself. And since this ship seems destined to go to Redemption, they are seeking their way inside. And Captain Grindel, he just looks at all 4 of you and says, well, this... I gotta say, you're pulling my arm a little bit here. This is quite a transport vessel, a cargo vessel, if you will. It's definitely not suitable for nobility such as yourself. He seems to address you, Neo, and he says this.
Well, I am quite fine with whatever space you may have available for us, dear.
Well, I suppose I can arrange some nice rooms for you and yours, but I hope that your family does not seize this as anything of ill intent. We just simply don't have the means to supply anything better to you, sir.
You can rest assured that my family has absolutely no knowledge that I am even here. So, you do not need to be concerned with my family's attitude towards you.
Well, I am a businessman to a degree. If there's no one to sanction my ship travels, or give any sort of validation, it kind of hinders my job a little bit. But I'll take your word for it, sir. And once again, I'm really sorry that we don't have anything better. But if you ever need anything during this travel, just let me know, and I'll do my best to suit your needs. You and yours. And he takes a bow, a very deep and polite bow, to your three companions: a canine folk, a white dragonborn, and the huge minotaur that is following you along.
Neo will return the bow just as politely. Thank you. My own personal mission overweighs any personal comforts I may require. We should also probably only need 2 rooms.
He seems to think for a moment about the whole layout of his ship, and he thinks for a moment, and when he sees the three of you, Sienna, Rand, and Basil, coming on, he says, you, Gildan Voice, something has come up, and we will be needing the room the three of you have been staying in for, well, a bit of a diplomatic endeavor. So I hope you don't mind it, but you're gonna be sleeping elsewhere for our travel back.
Oh? So we're having to move rooms for these people.
He kind of just looks at all 7 of you now standing in front of him. He's just, well, you need to understand, this is a necessary arrangement for our travels, and rest assured that my personal business with the Mitosian families, he points to you, Neo, and to the guild itself, and he points to you, Sienna, will not be harmed in any way by this quick arrangement, and it shouldn't last more than a week or 2, so you shouldn't have to worry. And furthermore, it's a new experience we will all be having, since, after all, the guild is paying for your travel, so I suppose it's our own. We get to decide how we distribute you along our ship, so this is the arrangement we will be doing.
Oh dear. I didn't realize I would be taking others out of their own space to put myself in. That's not what I was aiming for at all.
Basil will look up at this dragonborn and kind of look at him, see how he's dressed. Oh, so you're a noble, huh? Traveling quietly, I'm guessing?
I am, yes. I'm not on good terms with my family, you can say.
Basil just look and say, I haven't heard, that isn't the first time I've heard that.
Captain, will this be meaning that we'll be sleeping in hammocks like the crew do? Because that might be fun.
Yes, I'm not heartless. You will be just sleeping in hammocks, but the guild supplied room that you had will be taken for the trip back, if you don't mind.
I mean, sleeping. bunks in the guild anyway. It's not like it's that much of a change.
Terribly sorry about this. I feel quite horrible, actually. If any manner of compensation, I can offer my services as a cleric, should anyone.
I highly recommend these services. He's quite hands-on with his healing, you can say.
Oh, Neo, don't spoil it.
She does healing too, and I point to Sienna. She's a good healer.
And will hold out her hand and just offer everyone a good berry.
Piece of candy.
I will take one of those.
Dinar will take one of those.
And Mia will also take one of those. He's quite familiar with the concept of a good berry.
Basil takes it, pops it in his mouth, and eats it right away, just nodding. Yeah, Sienna does this all the time. She's quite the sweet one.
All
Well,
the food you need. That's why I don't carry rations around.
Well, I thank you for the good berry, Sienna dear.
The captain as well will move on with one of his hands closer, pick a good berry, kind of raise it, showing it to everyone clearly. I'm glad we could make this arrangement. Now, let's go back to redemption after all, shall we? And he raises it as if making a cheer with his good berry, put it in his mouth and starts chewing it as he nods, turns around and starts barking orders to the rest of the crew for the voyage back.
Better than those crackers they tried to force us to eat.
These don't taste good, that's why I don't carry them.
I do still feel a bit bad about taking rooms that were reserved for you. Par, dear, would you mind if I asked one of these fine people if they wanted to share a room with us?
You might find that room is a very generous description.
It really is.
Just walls and the floor more than anything.
Neo, I'm sure you're aware, but I'm afraid that once we set sail, I may have to reserve myself to the confines of below deck.
I see. Well, I will still thank you, Sienna dear, and I don't believe I caught your names.
I'm Rend.
Basil,
So,
the rabbit looks up to Neo, being as short as he is.
Neo, as you look at these three travelers who apparently are gonna be joining you on the way to Redemption, the city you have been wanting to get to for a while now, along with your companions. Basil, tell us what Neo sees when he looks at you.
You see this short rabbit folk. He is gray, his gray fur and the dirty mop of the russet brown hair on top of his head reveals some eyes that, while blue, also stare directly into you. You almost feel like he is examining your personality while talking to you, even with only the few words that he says. While there, you see that he's wearing some simple robes. They are colored with a gray band. They're sort of a bluish purple, and then you see they're sashed with a bright purple band. And he gives you a smile, seeing that he's not concerned about anything about you right now. Feel that he doesn't worry that you're going to cause any problems on this ship as of now.
And Rend, when they also look at you, what do they see?
Oh, they see a pretty well-built dog folk, German Shepherd coloring. He's got scars over his chest. He's shirtless, but he does wear a lone pauldron on his left shoulder. And and when he smiles at you, he's got this big toothy grin.
And also Sienna, what do they see when they look at you?
So, Sienna is a tiger folk druid. She stands on digitigrade feet, no shoes or boots. Probably the first thing you notice is that her right eye is silver and her left eye is gold. She wears simple, sort of like leather and cloth clothing, carries a natural wood staff. It doesn't look like it's been carved or polished in any way. It just looks like it's a branch that fell off of a tree. And she wears on her forehead a set of goggles with small magnification lenses. And she's smiling politely and rather brightly all the time.
She has the opposite of a resting bitch face.
Yes, that is how I described it.
So, Neo, he offers a gentle, polite apology for this bumpy acquaintance that you guys have just made. And as the three of you share your names and present yourselves, I believe that the four of you do the same. And Donar, what do they see when they look at you?
I'm Dinar, and I am a white dragonborn, and I'm fairly tall and muscular, and I have just regular simple clothes on and a chain mail shirt, excuse me. And you notice that I don't have a tail.
And Kra, what do they see when they look at you?
They see 6 feet tall dark folk, husky coloring. He has bright blue eyes and he wears light blue tunic and a leather kilt.
Correct me if I'm hearing that wrong. Did you say kilt?
Yes.
Okay.
And Neo, what do they see when they look at you, the nobleman?
Neo is tall, about 7 blue scales, and white hair that goes down from his head under his mage robes, which are mostly normal looking, but they do have a bit of ornateness to them, down to the very tip of his long tail. His robe is worn a bit loosely, so it's open from the neck down to around 3/4 of his torso. And the robe is also short, it only goes down to his knees.
And
He's also more muscular than you'd think someone with magic is, but then again, they don't know I have magic yet.
And Par, when they look at you and your gigantic form, what do they see?
Par is a large boy. He's not quite as tall as Neo, but still rather bulky. He has more of a toned, muscular set. He has this wonderfully shiny nose ring with a little heart in the middle of it. Has a very ever so small piercing on his right ear. Is mostly shirtless. He is currently wearing his shirt tied around his waist to enjoy the fresh air, and a kind of baggy tan pants just for simplicity's sake, and no shoes. If you listen, you'll hear him more often than you will see him, as there is a small cowbell tied to his tail.
And as all of you guys make your acquaintances, you quickly hear Captain Greendale still barking orders to people, and shortly enough, they start ringing bells that signifies that the ship is gonna be departing shortly. So all 7 of you make your way into the ship itself, perhaps a little bit still frazzled by your encounter and the circumstances you all have found yourselves in now with these new travelers in the ship, most of which seem to be destined also towards redemption. And within a very short while of everyone loading all the boxes with the green beans into the ship, quarters being found, hammocks being reassigned to you, the trio from Redemption, everyone kind of finds their own corner in the ship, and within a couple of hours at most, after the whole day that you guys have been stopped in Mirgos, just doing this whole conversation business and other such things, the ship gets ready to depart. Is there anything you guys want to add before the journey commences again?
Right now, no, I don't think so. Basil just make sure everything was getting onto the all of our job was to make sure all those boxes and crates were getting onto the ship and that they were secured. And then he's just going to try to stay out of the way of the sailors and just find a spot that he can watch and pay attention to everything that's going on.
Sure.
Neo would probably be going around asking the captain, the sailors, possibly even his newfound traveling companions if they'd seen someone.
What someone?
Specifically, I would ask them if they'd seen a young tabaxi man, but his fur pattern looks more like a raccoon than a tabaxi.
Have we, Doug?
Neo, make an investigation check. Sienna, Rand, and Basil can make a history check.
Unlike last campaign, I'm not. Oh, natural one. I've been stuck inside. Only know wall.
I know nothing.
Yeah, that's it.
Fitting.
So, all 3 of you, whenever Neo asks for this description of the person he's looking for, you have heard of tabaxis going all around, none that you have seen personally that matches the description that he said. But then again, if you really strain your imagination, you can see several tabaxis filling the description, and at that point you were not entirely sure if they are the one that he's looking for. So it could be, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You're not entirely sure, so you just kind of shrug. And as you, Neo, ask this around the crew, the captain, the sailors, none of them seem to know much, and the captain himself, Captain Grindel, well, I might have seen that person. I can't say for sure. I know for certain that they have not traveled in my ship, but in which port I might have seen them last, I can't tell you. I just don't know. I'm sorry.
I see. Well, I thank you and your crew for the time.
Oh, you're welcome, Sir Neo. Is there anything else we can do for you?
Not at the moment, dear. If something should come up, I will gladly let you and your crew know.
Well, don't fret. We will be taking utmost care of you.
Oh, there's no need to pamper me, dear. I am quite capable of handling things on my own.
He nods, but you kind of see that he's still sort of hovering over you during the travel as it keeps going. He seems to be in the business of pampering and kissing ass whenever nobles or people with lots of money come around and about. But anyway, the ship keeps on its journey for, well, a couple days, until you do hear a lot of rumors going on about that the captain seems to be taking a detour and sailing out of the trade route. If you guys would like to, you can make a survival check with disadvantage to maybe infer as to where you are going instead.
Does that apply to everyone?
Yes, everyone who would care to make a survival with disadvantage.
Good, I've got a 0.
So far, 2 natural ones.
I wasted a natural 20, no!
I am not rolling because Par will be stuck in his room all day.
Mio would only be in Par's room half the time.
Ren is
Probably
not
be
paying
more listening in and seeing how nervous the sailors were about these rumors and trying to get some insight on if it was true or not, to be honest.
You're looking to see about what again? Sorry.
That the fact that the captain is pushing the boat off course of what is normal the trade routes.
Make an insight check, Basil.
Wow, a 2!
Oh no.
Almost a 20.
Almost a 20, and I get a 2.
A 2.
Freaking-
So you are trained in the inner clarity way of the monk, and because of your training, you can tell for sure that a lot of people seem to be a little bit kind of shaken. Even if for the slightest moment, people seem to be a little bit lost and confused. Apparently, you are going in a different direction, but you can't tell for sure why. Whenever you go to the captain seems to be too busy to discuss things with you or help you in any way, or confirm nor deny that you are indeed going in a different way. However, as some of you try to look around and get a sense for where you guys are going, unfortunately, no one rolled above a 15, so no, you're entirely unsure of where you're going. You just know that you keep seeing the coast, and it seems different from the coast that you had seen when you had come to Redemption. But you're not entirely sure of what coast is this.
Would it be possible for Sienna, this is probably a stretch, but to see if she can use her cartographer's tools to determine where they might be on the coastline? Based on like geography and stuff.
Sure. Do you have only proficiency, or do you have the actual cartographer's tools?
Oh crap, no, I don't actually have the tools. Never mind then. Whoops, sorry. I didn't have 20 for those two. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But if you only had proficiency with cartographer's tools, I would have allowed that survival check to be made with without the disadvantage.
The first number I rolled was a 23, if we go looking back at the check.
Indeed. So yeah, with your knowledge of cartography, the immediate surrounding lands here, it would seem that the trade routes goes very far south and then goes around the island of Sirais to stop in the city of Ra, and then keeps going west until they go to the city of Wildhaven before, following the coastline north until they reach Redemption. But it would seem that your analysis of time that you have been spending traveling, and when during this travel people started kind of freaking out about, oh no, we're going the wrong way, you get the sense that you're rounding the coast of the island of Portaluz.
An orthodox route, but I guess it'd be technically more direct.
It would be way more direct and way faster, but it is not a trade route.
Yeah, and I would have noticed something was making the sailors nervous, and I would have mentioned that to Sienna.
In which case, she'd probably answer, be like, "Yeah, we're not going around Sirez. We're going around Port Toulouse. It's more direct, but it's not an established path like usual."
That seems odd. Why not go around the same path? Are they trying to make sure these things get to Redemption sooner?
Maybe it's because we got a noble on board who's trying to get there. I don't know. We could go ask the captain now that we know where we are.
It might be a good idea to ask him, because since this isn't a trade route, could be a possible of, dangers on this route.
Rand will be doing push-ups on the deck.
We're gonna go talk to the captain.
Alright.
Okay.
So, Sienna, you approach Captain Grindel that is in his quarters, who just seems to be plotting courses on the map, and he seems to have the whole navigation toolkit going on. He seems to be making several notes and scribbling things, apparently some sort of calculations as he's going through things, and when he sees you all approach, he just, you and Basil, I suppose, are going to him?
Yeah, I would be following Sienna.
Okay. So when the two of you approach, he just stops doing whatever he's doing and stand up. Oh, hello. Can I help you?
We were wondering why you're taking the ship around Port Toulouse instead of Sirius.
Oh, well.
What are you doing with the map? I know a little something about maps too. Is there anything I can help? What do you?
Besides that, the sailors are acting very concerned about this change of direction.
Don't worry about that. You see, it's very simple.
Oh, so this is going to be an insight check right now.
What does Captain Grindel look like? I don't think we ever got a description of the captain.
Yeah, I didn't describe him. I just said that he's a caribou. He looks. He looks a little bit kind of frazzled. His fur is. You can see that it's uneven in some places. His hands are kind of dirty. You see there's a lot of scratch marks and scars here and there. Nothing too as blatant as Rand's scars, but small scars that if you pay attention, you can see that this man has seen a lot of rough times in his life, and yet he seems to try and dress very regally and put on a show that he is in a position of power, but you can see that he definitely does not come from such a high esteemed position initially. And Basil, when you look at him when he says this, you do get the sense that he is trying to play it off. He definitely has some sort of plan that he's not sharing with everyone.
I'm gonna squint and stare at him for the moment.
Oh, yeah, everything will be alright. We're just taking a little bit of a detour, trying to get to redemption as fast as possible, and it should be beneficial to everyone, don't you think?
Can I see what he's doing on the map in his room, seeing as I have a knowledge of maps and a passive perception of 60?
Oh boy. So, Sienna, as you go to approach a little bit and kind of look down to see what he's doing on the desk, you just start hearing this very loud bell going off in the distance. And outside the room, a lot of people seem to start screaming and yelling, as in trying to call attention to something. And he lifts his head and says, "What's going on? You, short one, open the door."
I'll open the door and I'll look back at the captain and say, "Captain, we're not done discussing things, but you're right, there's something wrong going on."
Alright, so as you open the door and you look outside, you and Sienna, for the briefest bit that you kind of take a glance, you can see that he seems to be drawing another line that goes around, indeed, Port Luz, and seems to be following that coast until getting to Redemption, instead of following the predetermined path. He seems to be tracing another route. So as soon as you, Basil, open the door, you, Sienna, and the captain look outside, and there's just this big flash of light. And I would like everyone to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, goody.
Oh, yay, wisdom save.
Everyone who's outside?
Everyone.
You too.
Oh, I still rolled at a disadvantage. Whoops. I did roll a 19 for the first one.
I would say take the first roll
12.
on that.
19 is good. So, okay, that's way better than I thought you guys would do. So, since the majority made it, I guess, Basil, Rand, and Donar, the three of you have absolutely no idea why, how this happened, where it came from, or what's exactly going on. But you just feel damp, and you also feel the sun shining across your sides and backs. And when you open your eyes, there's sand on covering the entire side of your face. And you open your eyes. Yes, sand. And you open your eyes very slowly and try to look around. And you do notice that, boy oh boy, what happened? There's a lot going on. You open your eyes, you see that you and a lot of other people are laying down in a beach amidst lots of corpses, floating boxes, and pieces of wood, and many other such things.
I get up and look for Craw.
I think we're in the water.
When you look around, you do notice Kra face down in the sand as well, alongside many other of your companions and many other corpses as well of people who were also in the beach. So, all of you guys.
How did the people with the low roll?
All of you guys are in the beach amidst a shipwreck, weirdly enough. You have absolutely no idea how this came to be. You just blinked and now you're here.
What the?
I go over and try to wake
Sienna?
up Craw. Is he okay?
Rend,
Anna,
are you guys here?
So
I'm here.
you guys quickly stand up, look around, and go to your party mates who are still kind of down on the sand and start waking them up. And Basil, Kra, Sienna, Neo, and Par, you also wake up to the same scene, but it didn't just blink and suddenly you were there. You remember the big flash of light, a ship in the distance, people screaming, cannonballs being released back and forth, a lot of yelling. And amidst all of these yells, people screaming pirates here and there. And you also remember some sort of magic wielding people lobbing all sorts of spells at your ship. The captain desperately trying to approach the coast and trying to fire back at this other ship, and some quick naval battle ensued, which ended with your ship half sunk and most of you trying to getting on lifeboats and rowing towards the land, and some other people in other boats not really making it, and the pirate ship also taking heavy hits and being sunk as well, way further off in the distance, and you trying your best to get to safety of land before big explosions went on. With part of the compartment that you were carrying, you do remember seeing from the many crates that were loaded into the ship itself, alongside with the green beans who are completely scattered across the ocean. You do remember these two mysterious figures coming out of a box, apparently sort of smuggled in. These two figures who stood up inside your ship. Two humans with silver hair just looking around, a male and a female. They just seem to look around. Oh, how dreadful. I thought our rescue was gonna be a little bit more, well, a little bit more off taste, but I suppose we can deal with this. Come on, my dear sister, we have a ship to fetch. And the other human woman with silver hair, she also stands up and says, "Oh, but wouldn't it be a shame to leave behind witness? Look at all these people who could be dead." Oh, how lovely it would be to see this whole thing on fires. And she starts to conjure up some sort of flames. And when she goes to throw some sort of magic spell, it seems to fizzle. And this big arcane explosion just goes out, affecting everyone in the region. It doesn't seem to release whatever fiery expel she was pretending to do. It seems to do something else. Which seems to end up with some of you losing your memories of the incident.
Sienna would like to get up and start seeing if any of the other people on the beach, the bodies, happen to be breathing, alive, on the edge of being alive.
Sure, make a medicine check, Sienna.
Damn.
Neo would like to at least investigate dead bodies. Are all of them crew members, or are some of them not crew members?
So, make an investigation check, Neo.
Okay.
So, as you go around and look, all of these people, even though you didn't spend that much of a time mingling and actually getting to know these people, you have questioned them, and you do seem to remember most of their faces, and now most of their faces lie with all sorts of burnt marks to the side of their heads as they lie on the sand. Most of them completely immobile and not breathing, not showing any signs of life, but all of them are indeed people from your crew that try to leave in rowboats that you see destroyed across some stones in a little bit further away from the coast against the reefs.
Ow. Large headache.
I'm gonna assume any of the bodies I find are just dead because I rolled a natural 1 on that medicine check.
You looking around the bodies, all of them are indeed dead until you come to one that you instantly recognize. That seems to be the captain himself.
Instantly cast Goodberry and feed him 2 of them.
All right. You find the captain. You push some good berries down his throat, and it takes a little bit of a while, but he seems to start some warmth and color comes back to his face as he seems very dizzy and just looks around, opening his eyes slowly and just going like, "What? Oh, where? What?" And he seems to be coming to his senses and waking up.
Are you still with us, Captain?
Well, this is a fine mess.
I think we know why trade routes don't go through here now.
So,
The captain just
about that
looks...
talk, I know you're hurting, but yeah, there's a lot to put together here, to say the least.
The captain just seems to look around and very unsure of what's going on. Pretty lost, as it happens, with where you guys even are and what's going on, and he just... What? Where are we? What happened? Wait. I can't remember what happened.
Your ship got attacked, Captain.
It's probably at the bottom of the ocean now.
Your ship went down. Sorry.
What? And as he seems to look towards the ocean, all of you now can see that indeed there seems to be a half-sunk mess of wood, kind of floating several hundred feet away from the shore, and it seems to be going down on flames as well. And not only one ship that you do recognize as the Green Serpent, but another ship that most of you didn't see coming, that is also burning, and it seems that seems to be starting to sink. It looks more in shape, but it seems to be starting to sink as well. You assume that it took several heavy blasts, holes got punctured into it, and it's going underwater. Both ships are flaming heavily as well.
Sienna will try to describe the silvered-haired humans that we have remembered and see if the captain knows anything about them. Or about what the other ship may be, or pirates in this area, or literally anything he knows.
So as you start describing those humans, he seems to rack his brain a little bit. Yes, prisoners. I think there were gonna be prisoners that we were bringing back. Where are them? And he suddenly realizes that something is actually going down, and he just looks around to try and see if there's anything happening aside from everything that's going down out here. And as all of you get up and look around to see if there is indeed something happening, Sienna, with your very high passive perception, maybe Par as well. What is your passive perception, Par?
15.
Okay, that'll do.
I'm only one lower than par. That's good to know.
14. So all of you, as you are still looking around, trying to make sense of this whole situation, some of you, Basil, Rand, and Donar, you're still very unsure of how you even came to be here. You don't remember anything. You just remember being on the ship and then suddenly waking up here. As the three of you are still trying to make sense of what's going on, Par and Sienna, you hear what appears to be footsteps crunching against the sand and leaves a little bit off into the distance, and you just hear a voice that seems to be shouting orders, saying something along the lines of, "Over here! I think I saw one of the boats landing here. They said no survivors. Come on."
Look lively, bunch. We have visitors.
This doesn't seem good.
Are we gonna
Okay.
fight things? Rand does a smile.
And grab the sword.
Pulls out his greatsword.
Oh boy.
So
With that, I'm going to try to move back, and I'm going to duck behind Rand.
all right. So as all of you guys just seem to start looking around towards the northwest portion, you see a lot of palm trees, and in the distance you start seeing movement. It's kind of very hard to see because they're concealed by the trees. Until out of the trees, you're just seeing a lot of humans jumping out. Well, humans and some elves jumping out of the tree line, the foliage, brandishing weapons, and they stop as soon as they see all of you. And they said, "Ha! I was right. Survivors, come on! They must have some good goodies on them." And I would like everyone to go ahead and roll for initiative.
I can't complain about initiative this time because I have a -1.
Look at you.
Hey, first 20 of the game.
Hey, a 19. That's not
Okay, what
better
kind
than
of
my
sense
rolls.
is I complain about Flint all the time rolling low initiative, and now Neo's
This is
going
karma
top of
comes
the
back to
order.
bite.
I'm a firm believer that Roll20 sometimes just likes to mess with people.
That's technology in general. This battle music is so apt too. It sounds like pirate music.
I was just gonna say it sounds exactly like Pirates of the Caribbean.
It reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean, but it also reminds me of if anybody's ever played Sid Meier's Pirates, an old game for like Windows XP. Sounds
I
kind of like
have
battle
not.
music from that
But I did see a review of that game.
game. I played a lot when I was young.
One of my favorite lines from that review. And mutiny.
You only got mutiny if you didn't know how to control your crew. I had this strategy where I would purposefully attack settlements with my crew to raid them, taking heavy casualties but still winning. That way I had a bigger share of the treasure at the end. Because I'm a good person.
Alright. Because I'm a silly boy, I didn't put these sheets in the Roll20, so I'll be rolling most of these things manually. I hope you guys don't mind. So, Par, you do see all these people coming out of the woods, and they all start brandishing scimitars from the looks of it. And some people in the back, they seem to realize there's a big distance between you, and they start pulling out light crossbows. So what are you doing?
All right. Well, I am going to cast Bless.
Alright, so you go ahead and cast Bless. I believe you have to choose 3 persons to be blessed.
Yes, I'm going to. Let's see. We'll do Donar, Neo, and Sienna.
Alright, so you go ahead, cast Bless, blessing
And
3
I'll
members of
move
your
over
party. And you relocate yourself, and that's your turn, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. So, Par, you run back a little bit as you see all of these thugs coming your way, and amongst all of them, you do see one of them that seems to be dressed a little bit better, seems to be leading them. He's the one that pointed at you guys with his weapon and seems to be commanding this whole crew. And as you step back, you look back, and there's a big old ocean behind you. There ain't much else. There isn't a whole lot of places you can go. But anyway, that ends your turn, and now it's Bandit number 4. He's gonna approach, and looking at all of you, he's gonna release bolt against Sienna. Oh no, never mind. I have these character sheets here. Oh, what a silly boy am I. So Sienna, he hits you with causing 6 points of piercing damage. As he just runs up to you, loses a bolt, and then starts reloading his crossbow and says, "Ha! They're squishy too! This is gonna be fun!" And that's all he does. Basil.
My turn, huh?
Yep.
Alright, seeing that my friend Santa has just gotten attacked, I am going to run up ahead of her. I think I've got 30 feet of movement here. And that should get me in range, and I'm going to take a dart out from my pouch and fling it at number 4 there.
Alright, make an attack roll. As you, who were hiding behind Rand, you just see these people coming to you.
Darts are not in my attack roll.
Yeah, it screws up darts very quickly.
Roll 20 doesn't really like darts anymore.
Dang it.
Fair enough.
It's a dexterity-based attack, anyways.
Right, so that would be a +6, I'm guessing.
Yep.
I mean, your unarmed strike does the same damage.
Alright, well, I'll do the unarmed strike then, and we'll count it as the...
Okay, that works.
You run up there.
Wow, that missed horribly.
It unfortunately does. You run up to him and try to release a dart, but your memory is foggy and hazy, and you're still not quite there. So you try to lose this dart, and it just goes off into the distance, missing him completely. Anything else you're doing?
Unfortunately, that's about all I can do right now, but I'll probably yell to Sienna and I'll be like, Sienna, get back. These guys are dangerous.
So, as you stand there, Captain Grindel, who should have had a turn that I forgot about, I don't even have a token for him because I wasn't expecting you guys to revive him. He is going to... Seeing the precarious situation in which the crew is in, all of you.
He has 2 hit points.
Yeah. He is going to step forward, hold in very weakly in his hand a light crossbow that he has, and is going to shoot against whoever is closest with a... Oh, nice, he hits. Causing cleverly that's 7 points of damage to this here closest guy, who just takes a big chunky hit and tumbles a little bit, looking bloodied as he does. But that's all the captain does. He still looks very weakly, and he wheezes as he starts reloading his crossbow. Next up, Neo, you're blessed.
I am blessed. I also have my robe, which is open, and I've got my quarterstaff. I didn't have much to begin with. Quarterstaff is carved very ornately, by the way. Neo is going to step over here. Is it easy enough for Neo to tell which one might be the leader of this group?
Yes, it's the one that has a purple one over his head. In fact, I should throw that purple another color that so Meta can see as well.
Meta has already found him.
Aha. I'm gonna throw him a number 9 instead.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Oh, okay. Firebolt has rain. Neo's going to say, "How dare you attack us after a shipwreck? That is very rude." And he's going to wave his quarterstaff around and cast firebolts.
Alright, who are you
At
targeting?
the one that is now apparently number 9.
Okay.
That was so close to a natural 20.
True, but I still got a 22.
Alright, it hits. So as you're just spinning your staff in place and sling a ball of fire towards him, it hits him square in the face, causing some damage and some burnt marks on the side of his face, and he just lets out a yelp of pain and looks back at you, grimacing. What else are you doing?
I'm going to assume an offensive-looking stance in front of Par and end my turn.
Alright. Next up is Rend.
Okay, I would like to rage.
Okay.
Oh, it's actually, I'm going to run up and kind of block off a path to Sienna.
Alright.
I'm gonna hurl a javelin at number 4.
So are you raging?
Yes, I am raging.
Okay, you rage. I don't think we have an icon for rage, so we're gonna start using the... Sure, this one here. And you lob a javelin, which misses. I'm kidding.
24 misses.
It hits.
Seven points of damage.
All right, this guy is toast. The javelin just pierces him through the belly, and he just falls backwards into the sand, completely dead.
Reggie's gonna go, yeah, bring it on!
Oh boy. What else are you doing?
That's my turn. Full movement, bonus action, and attack.
Okay. Next up, Sienna. You are blessed.
I also have one spell slot.
I thought you would have used that spell slot at the end of the day, to be honest.
I used it now to bring up the captain because he was dying. Sienna is gonna be stupid and is gonna move up in front of Rend. It's 20 feet. Summon a small fire in her hand and go, why the fuck are you guys doing this? Throw it at them.
What are you yelling at?
Yelling at the mean people.
Alright, 24 hits, I believe.
I mean, I would hope so.
Alright, whom are you targeting with Produce Flame?
Number 1.
Okay, it deals 4 points of fire damage to him.
And then Sienna is going to get back behind Rend with her last 10 feet of movement and hope nothing else hits.
Okay, you do that. Quickly and safely ducking behind your beefier companions. And that's the end of your turn. Donar.
Dinar is going to look up at Craw and say, be safe. And he is going to move his 30 feet over to Sienna, put his hand upon her, and channel 5 hit points.
Alright, using your lay on hands, you heal your this companion, traveling companion that you just met a couple days ago, but now all 7 of you are fighting for your lives together, so why not? And that's all that you do on your turn?
That is it.
Alright. Lastly, Kra, what are you doing?
I'm going to cast a magic missile at bandit number 1, 2, and 9.
1 on each?
Yep.
Okay, go for it. It hits all of them. Bandit number 1 is looking messed up. Bandit number 2 is still looking okay, but bandit number 9, the captain, he seems much beefier. He holds up his arm, which gets a blast of arcane energy to it and looks sizzling a little bit. He looks back at you and he looks pretty okay. The other 2 are not looking so hot. Anything else you're doing?
I'm going to move here.
Alright.
That's all for my turn.
Okay, now it's their turn. Their turns, many turns. So, guy number 1, he looking at all of you. Looking at all of you, he just took a blast of force energy to his chest and he's wheezing a little bit. Looks to the side and says, "Fuck! They killed Nedard! They killed that son of a bitch there!" And he is, from where he is, gonna lose a bolt at you, Rend. And hits, causing 3 points of piercing damage.
Reduced by half.
1 point of piercing damage.
Okay.
And he seems to kind of move around to over there.
And he pulls it out like a toothpick.
Oh, you. The other guy that was number 2 is also gonna look at you, Rand, and release a bolt at you. Who killed Nedard? How dare you? And misses. He tries to lose a bolt at you, but this time you have wisened up to it, and you kind of just shift to the side, dodging it, and it flies off into the ocean. And he is also gonna try and back away to close to his friend. Over here. Yeah, over there. This other guy that hears in the distance, he's also gonna come closer, evaluating the whole situation, stopping beside the leader and say, "Oh, but that cunt over there, he's the one causing damage. Fuck him up." And he's gonna lose a boat at you, Kra, which
Okay.
hits. You suffer 3 points of piercing damage. As all of you just see this bolt whizzing past all of you and hitting Kra on the shoulder. And that's his turn. The other guy who's still shuffling out of the trees, he's a little bit late to come into the combat. He looks up and he hadn't seen much of what was going on, didn't hear what the other guys was saying because it was bothered with the foliage. And the closest one to him is Basil, so he's gonna attack you. And he misses. He releases a bolt and he just... Actually, you have a ridiculously high AC, nothing's gonna hit you.
18. I can dodge anything.
God damn you,
Not so
monks.
small.
Monks, man. Monks.
I'm a small monk.
God damn you.
It's going to take a lot to hit.
Alright, so that's his turn. Lastly is the captain, who seems to shuffle a little bit closer, not close enough to be able to do anything. Really. But he seems to be walking towards you, Rand. And as he does, he says, "You have got a lot of nerve to be fighting back. Just get down and die, you mongrels." And he's gonna attack you, Rand. This guy I don't have a sheet for, so I'm gonna attack with a... He can't get to you, unfortunately, so he's gonna attack you with his heavy crossbow as he's running towards you. So... that misses. Cool.
You need to try harder.
Well then, that's his turn. That's all he does. Par, what are you doing?
Well, since this guy's within 60 feet, I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame.
Cool, he makes a dexterity saving throw. I believe. Ah, yeah, he fails. With a 4.
1 damage.
Okay, he's still alive.
That is
Barely hits him.
a lucky roll there, Par.
I'll move here, and that's it.
Alright. Good turn. After you do that, Par, this bandit is dead, so it's the captain now.
I'm sorry, say again?
This bandit over here is dead, he doesn't have a turn. Now it's the captain who, just looking at all of these bandits coming up, still wheezing very hard, he goes, loads his crossbow, raises it and tries to lose it at one of the bandits in the distance. There's one over here. And he misses. He's still very woozy and the boat just kinda flies over the guy and gets stuck to a tree. And he doesn't even have the energy to move, he just stops to reload his crossbow and keeps breathing and wheezing very hard. He doesn't look very good. Basil.
Okay, seeing as there's two guys up there and we have Captain here, I'm going to look at Rand and I'm like, "You got the big guy?" And I'm going to sprint over to move up here, and then I'm going to take my quarterstaff and take a strike at him.
All right.
18.
18 hits. You see this tiny rabbit running towards them, pulling out a quarterstaff, and then, as he does, unleashing all sorts of monk moves, striking him across the face, causing a shitload of damage. This guy almost gets knocked down to the ground, but he resists. As he's not expecting this strike at all. As you hit him, he completely lets go of his crossbow that just flies off into the distance, and he looks back like.
And then I'm going to look at him, and then I'm going to take a kick at him using my unarmed.
Oh yeah, you can do that. Sure, go for it.
Natural one! Gotta get those!
You completely telegraphed that.
Oh boy, cool. You try to kick at him, but due to your height and his height, you don't quite make it towards him. The sand here is a very different terrain, and you're still not used to fighting in the sand. Your mind is a little bit foggy. A lot of things are getting your way, and you try to go for a kick, but now he's wising up and blocks it. And that's your turn, I believe.
Yep, that's my turn.
Neo.
I'm going to first say, Par, Sienna, the captain isn't looking too good. Maybe you could assist him? And then I'm also going to cast Magic Missile. I'm going to have one bolt each aimed at number 9, number 3, and number 1.
Okay. Go for it. The captain takes those 3 points of damage. Number 1 takes those 3 points of damage. And number 3 as well. So, as you run up to them, once again, outstretching your hands and releasing these 3 blasts of force magic that just wheezes off, hitting all 3 of them. The captain, he once again blocks it with his arm that also gets a big scar mark. The other 2, they just get hit straight in the face and fall backwards dead. And that's your turn?
Yep, I'm happy hanging out behind Craw.
Okay, alright. Rend.
We're going to take a little bit of blood from the wound he got, just smear it on his teeth, take out the sword, and run at number 9.
Alright, that's not very sanitary, but sure.
His name is the Bloody Grin.
It's his own blood.
It's my own blood anyway, and I'm going to attack at him with the Great Sword.
Sure, go for it. Roll your attack.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood but me.
Oh, come on! Did anybody else see that?
Yep.
I saw that.
It spun off of 17 into a 3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but no.
We've had some really unlucky rolls.
Unfortunately, that misses. I'm sorry.
That's my turn, and since I attacked, I maintain the rage.
Okay, you're still raging, which is good. But unfortunately, you miss as he just blocks off your great sword with his own scimitar and lurches into the ground. And Sienna, you're very close when all of this happens. What are you doing?
I am going to move in front of Denarnpar over to the captain, and Sienna will pull out a small vial full of a minty green liquid, splash it onto her hands, and then sort of just like attempt to basically apply it to the captain's wounds and cast Cure Wounds on him, muttering words in Druidic.
All right, Alright, that's good.
And that's my last spell slot, so no one else die. I just have berries now.
Berries are good. So, Sienna, you run up to the captain who's too concerned about his own mortality and this ambush to even think of, to even notice you coming up to him and tending to his wounds in the middle of combat. And he seems much healthier after you applied this healing, but he's still below half health.
But now he's at 9 instead of 7.
Indeed. And that's your turn, I believe.
It was 10 feet of movement. I'm going to take... Yeah, I'm going to stay where I am. Yeah, that's my turn.
Alright. Donar.
Dinar is going to move into flanking position with Rend with the captain. Have his long sword out and strike the captain.
Alright, you get behind him and try to attack him, which hits. So roll for damage.
You have that flanking bonus.
Yeah, because that would because he's got a 12 plus flanking would be.
No, the plus 2. Oh yeah, that is true.
That's
you...
plus.
That's less right there.
Yeah,
So that's attack is a 14, technically.
indeed. It hits and deals a shitload of damage to this guy, who's now bleeding profusely. And what else are you doing?
That's it.
Okay, cool. So, Donar, after striking at the captain, flanking him with Rand, all of these guys are looking very bad. It seems like despite being ambushed, you all have the upper hand. And Kra, you are hurting a little bit. What do you do?
I'm going to cast a magic missile again at bandit number 9, 5, and 2.
Okay, go for it.
Good shot.
Alright, your magic missiles hit all 3 of them that are still alive. All of them grunt with these hits, painful hits. But none of them seem to go down with it. They're all still standing, but looking very bad. Are you doing anything else?
I'm going to move here,
Okay.
and that's all.
So you run, hide behind Par, and that's it for your turn. Now it's their turn. This guy over here that just got hit in the face by another missile just points at you, Kra, and says, "Kill that son of a bitch!" And is gonna release a bolt, even though you are behind all of your party mates. He is moved to the side, try and kind of get you from that angle, and hits, causing 5 points of piercing damage.
I'm down.
Alright, so all of you just see as this guy over here runs over, loses a bolt at Kra, who gets shot a second time and falls down unconscious in the sand. And he seems very encouraged by this, and he just laughs, "Haha, they can die after all," and reloads his crossbow. Next guy over here sees you, Basil, approaching. It just releases a string of curses at you as he approaches and tries to strike at you, which might be foolish. And he misses. He tries to go at you, but you're too quick and too small, and he doesn't really knows where to hit. It misses completely.
Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that.
And he just keeps cursing, "Stay fucking quiet, you mongrel!" He keeps trying to hit you, but misses. And now the captain, that is surrounded by two very large boys, is gonna look at both of you and say, "Oh, just Die already. I'm tired of this. And it's gonna
Indeed.
attack you, Rand. Twice.
Okay.
So first attack's a 21, which hits,
Yeah, that'll hit.
causing 2 points of damage.
Yep.
So he just holds up his mace and kind of backhands you with it, and then, it strikes at you and then backhands with it, going back and forth across your face. And on the second time around, he misses. So the first attack hits, causing just a little bit of damage, but hitting you square in the face, literally giving you a bloody grin. But the second attack that comes back, you just lunge backward a little bit, and it completely misses you, and he just.
I spit in his face.
As you do, he just kind of tries to cover it with his burnt arm and cleans it up and looks around, sees that most of his crew is dead, and just seems to say, "Well, fuck off, all of you. Retreat, boys, retreat!" And he is going to try and run away.
Said you could run.
We get an opportunity attack.
Sure.
Do we get the flanking bonus?
No flanking bonus, but you do get an opportunity attack.
And one of you is still blessed.
Indeed, with a 14.
I got a 14 too.
Alright, the two of you hit.
7 points.
$11 damage.
Okay, so for a total of 18 points of damage, this guy had 4 hit points. He's super down. As he tries to run away, Donar and Rand, the two of you try to slash at him, going from opposite directions, which kind of just ends in a bloody mess, and this guy just explodes in gore in front of you guys.
Oh, we cut him in half together.
Kinda.
Although this is more like 3 pieces.
And
I like you, Bryn.
that's the captain that's down. Next up is Par. What are you doing?
I am going to run up to this one and try and persuade him to surrender. All of you tried to hit on us when you thought we were vulnerable. We turn the tides, your leader's gone. Be a good boy and sit down.
Alright, Par, make a persuasion check with advantage. The two bandits, very far apart and mostly within easy reach of your party, who seems able to release magic at a distance, they look at one another, look at all of you who are still looking very healthy and capable, and they just let go of their weapons, throwing it to the ground, and they seem to surrender. They just let go, completely lower their heads, and says, "Oh, okay, just let us go."
Are we out of combat order now?
Yes.
I will run right over to Kra and pop 2 more berries pop 2 berries into his mouth.
Sure. So
Wait, so number 5 gave up too?
yes.
Okay.
Kra, you have 2 hit points.
Can you say that again?
You have 2 hit points.
Very.
Cry, you wake up as this tiger folk lady just stands on near you, feeding you some good berries, and you feel them energizing your whole body and recovering most of your wounds. You're still bleeding, but you're at least you're doing much better now. And all of you, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just gonna look at this guy, and I'm just gonna be like, drop all the weapons, sit down, and I won't have to beat your head in.
Neo's doing something similar with this other guy, except his hand is crackling with electricity.
He does as they do as they are told. They just release their weapons completely, their scimitar, their crossbows, and they raise their hands, trying to look as peaceful as possible, kind of looking down towards the sand. They have completely fully given up. They are not looking to keep on fighting.
Now, would you kindly tell us why you and yours decided to attack us directly after we have been shipwrecked?
It was our orders. The captain told us to leave no survivors, no witness.
And who does your captain report to?
True. Well, this guy there isn't actually the captain. He's just our leader. We report to the actual captain of the ship, to Lucernus. He's the captain.
Lucernus, you say?
Yeah. He's the captain of the ship, and he's the one we are reporting to. He's the one who told us to attack you guys and leave no witnesses, leave no one alive.
Do you know to what end?
Well, you were transporting some goods, I believe. Valuables as always, and a couple prisoners too.
Scrutinizing every word this guy says, can I roll insight?
Sure. And Donar and Rand, the two of you can roll investigation to loot the bodies. So, Neo, everything this guy says rings true. You see that this guy has no reason to lie, and is not interested at all in getting their heads chopped off. So they're complying, and they're being as helpful as they can be. He's being brutally honest.
You mentioned prisoners. Tell me about the prisoners.
I don't know much. They're true magician types. A guy and a gal. I don't know anything about them. Well, that's just what I heard, I swear. I know nothing about them.
Very well. And then Neo will turn to the rest of the party. What say you all? Shall we have them take us to their leader?
Well, I do think it's a good idea, although I'm going to have to tend to Craw here.
Yeah, they kind of roughed a lot of us up. Besides that, we need to. If we're gonna have to deal with this, don't know how we're gonna get back to redemption now.
That does raise a good point. Where are we?
The island whose name that I've forgotten.
That sounds like Portugal.
Sienna remembers. I don't. It was only a few months ago.
You looking around, first and foremost, Donar and Rand, looking over the corpses of these guys. They're hacking pirates. They are trying to take loot away from people, and it doesn't seem like they got around to looting that much yet. They only have equivalent to 200 silver pieces and 10 gold pieces in their pockets. And maybe you get the sense that they were gonna kill all witnesses and all survivors first before looting more of the bodies. And the two of you do look back to all the other corpses from crewmates that were traveling alongside you that are now lying dead on the beach that may also have loot. But the the guy that you're questioning, Neo, he just shakes his head and says, we're close to redemption on the other side of the ocean. Actually, we're not in the island. We're just a bit further in the coast. I can take you anywhere. Just let me go, please.
Well, I suppose it does make our task a bit easier. However, you have yet to earn our trust, so you will remain here with us while we rest up, so you don't pull anything shady.
Can I put my last cure wounds into crop?
Sure, if you want to. So, Kra, you see Par approaching you and touching you with his big meaty hands and healing you for 5 points of healing and 5 points of temporary hit points.
Thanks.
Buck up, pup.
By which point also none of you guys are blessed anymore.
Yep, I took my symbol
Yep.
off.
I'm
Rage
going to
is-
look to Sienna and I'm going to be like, I know there's lots of debris floating about. Do you think any of the stock supply or the stock survived the ship fall sinking?
Probably not with that explosion. It would have. They were near the cargo hold when it went off, so
Indeed, and also, while we could have been inspecting the cargo to see if any had survived, these ruffians, and Neo will glare at the guy he's standing next to, decided to ambush us, so any chance of us possibly retrieving our cargo has now been lost.
What are these beans that are floating out in the water? Does anyone know what they do?
they're from breeze shrub. We use them in alchemical purposes to make anesthetics and mild healing equipment, but without a full alchemical lab, they're not worth much right now. Especially waterlogged and soaked and salted. It was most of what we were transporting, so I don't know why they wanted it.
Well, I suppose we'll find out in the morning. I'm pretty sure everyone's a bit tired.
Should we look over the crew members' bodies? I hate to be morbid about it, but there's no use leaving useful things that could help us here on the beach on dead bodies for someone else to scavenge.
As morbid as that sounds, I do agree with this.
Sadly. But let's at least see which one is me so we can at least bury them and give them at least a decent send off.
Yes.
I'll take care of the funeral ceremony. It's the least I can do.
You can start a pyre if that's what you want to do instead of digging graves.
Yes. Unfortunately, there would be too many to dig, so we might give them a send off that way.
Captain, was there anything in the hold besides the breeze shrub shipment and apparently the stowaways?
Well, aside from the green beans, the prisoners, there had been some transportation. We were shipping some food, fruits. There was also a shipment of, it's all gone now, some wood that needed to be delivered, and well, the gun deck also had a lot of firepower. I mean, gunpowder.
Neo, did your new friend over there happen to say what valuables they were looking for on the ship? Because it doesn't sound like anything we had would be worth much.
I have not asked this question. And then Neo will turn to his new friend here. Were there any particular valuables that you and yours were eyeing?
The captain just told us to attack the ship. They were looking for the prisoners, and whatever else we found was ours to keep.
That is exactly what I suspected. Sienna, dear, it turns out that the valuables that they were looking for were the 2 prisoners that were on board.
Captain, who are these prisoners exactly? Did you know?
First and foremost, Rand and Donar make another investigation check. And the captain, he just turns to you. Well, I know very little. It would seem that they were some sort of very lousy criminals. The twins of Wicked Dale. I'm not entirely sure who they are, but
Why were they in a box instead of like the brig?
I was being paid handsomely to transport them, and it would appear that they are capable of very powerful arcane magic, and the people that wanted them gone didn't seem to want them free and about and panicking other people by having them out and around. It would seem that they are very convincing, if you know what I mean. And they didn't want anyone interacting with them. The people from the colonists from Mirgos. And he looks back to the ocean and just sighs and keeps rubbing his head. My fucking ship is gone. Damn it. And the captain himself also seems kind of lost about the situation as a whole, and what to do, where to go. But Donar and Rand, looking around all of these corpses of the people in the ship, you don't find a whole lot going on. You do find most of them were just crewmates that were walking along you. They were not quite travelers like you who like to walk with your belongings on them, so none of them have nothing on their bodies, uh, just some daggers and weapons that they seem to be handling at the time the ship was attacked. You do find a couple of them, however, that seem to be preparing to take care of someone else and had 2 healing potions on them. Potions of healing.
Ooh. Give one of these to the squishy magic people.
If no one objects, I will take one of these potions and hand the other one to Kra.
That sounds reasonable.
Oh, you two are squishy.
No objection.
So, as all of you look around, pondering about what to do, one of your capturees, he just seems to bark up. After which point you do reunite all of the corpses and make sort of a pyre and start burning them.
Yep, Sienna will just light it with craft and light it all around and just start it burning.
As you're sending off all of these corpses of the crew of the Green Serpent, the guys, your capturees, they're just looking and says, "Oh, you see, the bosses, they are sort of waiting for us to return, and if we don't return, I don't know what they're gonna do." And now that you have lit up that fire, they might be coming here. Just so you know, just trying to help. Don't kill us, please.
I won't kill you yet.
So, with this information in hand, what do you guys do?
Perhaps we should start traveling now to get away from this area.
Yeah, we should go somewhere else.
Agreed. Someplace with more cover so we can let everyone rest.
Wouldn't been. I wasn't planning on staying here anyway because, I mean, let's be honest. This is just kind of saying, hey, if anyone's here, come kill them anyway. So we should probably leave in general.
Santa, I hate to say it. Wasn't this trip supposed to take 3 hours?
No.
It's more just like a week, Rend, but
Yeah. And
considering that we just lost the whole entire shipment,
the crew's dead, the ship's on the bottom of the ocean. We're not going to get field work again after this.
Not our fault, though.
I think we need to keep the captain with us. Because he'll need to talk to the guild leader when we get back.
They're
What
good.
if we only keep one hostage and let the other go?
Because if he goes back to the pirates, what's he going to tell them? Oh, these people killed everyone but me, and then all of a sudden the other one shows up 3 days later.
I agree with Sienna's sentiment on this one, Par dear. I have yet to trust these two ruffians.
I can cut off one of their hands. One.
I do not think there is a need for us to go that far just yet, Rend dear.
I'm sorry, I'm a little combat deprived.
If you'd like, I could keep a watchful eye.
I'm sure these two know the situation that they're in. That getting on our bad side would be very bad to their health.
They said we're near redemption. How far exactly is it? Would they know?
Well, we're close-ish, but
First we were close, now we're close-ish. Make up your mind.
well, you see, if you go along the coast, it's not that close, but it's easier. We won't get lost. But if you go in a straight line, the captain said it was something kind of along the lines of some 70 miles.
70 miles.
I'm not sure I'd count 70 miles as close.
I agree with your assessment.
But the captain said if we go in a straight line, it's close, and Redemption is the closest place to here. So it's either that or where, right?
70 miles is indeed much closer than where we started off.
I've been wandering woods for years. Let's go.
So does the party starts moving then?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
At this point, yeah.
So how are you moving? Are you going along the coast or trying to go on a straight line to where these guys are pointing that Redemption seems to be?
I think we should go through the woods.
Yes, because going around the coast could add more travel time to our already lengthy journey.
And pirates.
I prefer the cover of trees as well.
All right. So all 7 of you, with the captain and the 2 pirates that attacked you, start making your way towards Redemption. And as they kind of make a survival check, everyone. I'm not gonna.
Do my cartographer tools allow anything here? Just the proficiency with maps?
You actually get to roll with advantage, I would say.
Oh yeah, I'll roll again then.
Yeah.
So I have knowledge of
Sorry,
map.
I'd been making sure I had the little blessed modifier, but I forgot it was turned on.
That's okay.
Anyway, it was just a 7. Woohoo.
18.
Level 1.
Level 1. Level 1.
You're not gonna roll higher than 20 too much.
I mean, I could.
So, as these guys talk to you, seeing alongside the captain pull out the map of Nolyn and start showing things off, all of you start kind of shoving one another to put your fingers on the map and say, "Oh, we're here. No, I think we're here. No, we're here." And the voices that scream the loudest are Rand's voice and Danara's voice, which both seems accurate when you start thinking about it. It would seem that you guys are about-ish here.
No, we made it further around Port Toulouse than I thought we did.
And indeed, when you when you think about it, some of you really don't remember how you came to be over here, Basil, Kra, and Par, if I'm not mistaken. You really don't remember anything.
No, I remember.
I don't. It's me, Basil, and Donner.
Okay, the 3 of you just blinked and suddenly you were there. The other 4 remember very well that after a long travel, the ship was attacked. It kept sailing, trying to get closer to the coast. Both ships firing at one another. It wasn't very fun, but you do remember most of the whole thing. So yeah, it makes sense that you are where you are now when you consider all that time.
Captain Greendale,
Yeah.
did you change course to get us here faster because of we had the prisoners?
Well, yeah. All of our shipment, all of the things we needed to do, I had to go to Redemption. There was no need to go to Ra or Wildhaven or anywhere else, really. The closer I got to Redemption, the best it would have been. I wasn't expecting to be ambushed, though, or anyone to know what I was carrying.
How long ago did you make the plan to sail this route?
Well, I have sailed this route before. I have done it.
Do you often go around Portaluz instead of Sirius?
Yeah, I do. It's people avoid it, but I don't see why. It's never done me any bad. It's actually been very helpful in getting around fast.
I think somebody wanted you specifically to transport these people.
Well, you see, I wasn't expecting people to be out trying to free the prisoners. Wasn't expecting anyone else to know about it. It was supposed to be a secret.
Secrets are often very ill kept, dear.
Could also have been a setup from the beginning, but we don't know anything about.
I'm afraid I really don't. But, well, it's not like I should have a ship anymore to sail anywhere, so gonna be avoiding all routes from now on. And the captain keeps walking alongside all of you, sulking a lot. And as you guys are walking by, getting further into the forest, trying to go straight ahead towards Redemption, Kra, Neo, Par, and Sienna, you sense a shift in the air. The four of you. Something just feels odd and different. And you're not entirely sure of what it is, but it feels like a similar sensation to when the ship was attacked. It's quite odd, this shift in the air.
Would Neo have any sense of whether or not that shift is magical or not?
Make an Arcana check.
Are there animals around?
Make a perception check, Sienna.
$23.
Wow. No, it seems very quiet as you're going this way. There's no animals to be found or seen.
That is never a good sign.
And Neo, you do sense indeed a very strong shift in the arcane forces of the universe as a whole. And you're not entirely sure what it is or why it is, but you sense that magic seems to flow differently here. And as you keep advancing through the woods, you sense this shift in the weave getting stronger, and the weave itself getting more and more tangled, to the point that you have to stop and collect yourselves for a brief second as you're making your way through the woods. And as you
Sienna, Something going on?
There's no animals around. That's never a good sign when you're wandering through a forest. We should be hearing birds and beasts and many things, and Neo doesn't seem all too comfortable with it either.
As Neo is walking, sensing the shift in magic, he's going to, sort of out of reflex, cast Shocking Grasp on his hand just to wrap his hand in electricity, see if that still works.
It does, but whereas you have done this in the past, kind of weave your hand in Shocking Grasp, this time it seems a little bit harder to control. It seems like the shocking, the electricity in your hand is always trying to slip away from your control. It's almost as if it has a mind of its own.
Magic seems a bit wild here.
As soon as you say that, Sienna will attempt to use Druidcraft to predict the weather, doing its little illusion weather thing, just to see if it's arcane or if natural magic that comes from Druidic understanding of nature is affected as well.
Alright, so how does Druidcraft to predict weather works?
So, you create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts the weather in your location for the next 24 hours. The effects might manifest as a golden orb for sunny, a cloud for rain, falling snowflakes for snow, and so on. This effect lasts for 6 seconds.
As you try to create this little illusion in your hand, it seems wild. You see, despite the heat surrounding all of your guys, because you are sort of in a temperate climate, you do see snow flying around and kind of falling upwards, and then suddenly the snow also shifts to show flames as well, and just as quickly it shifts into falling torrential rain. And even though it's an illusion effect, you kind of feel your hand getting wet and damp, and then getting very hot as it's predicting this weather. And it doesn't seem to be predicting any weather, it seems to be going nuts, this effect.
I suggest caution when using any sort of magic in this area.
I don't know magic.
I'm out of spells until tomorrow.
Well noted.
Sure.
So,
Well, now that I've got the shivers, I believe we should find someplace safe to rest.
Agreed.
So, as you guys also take this moment to collect yourselves and are trying to get a sense of where to go, you do, Sienna, as you stopped to try and sense animals around you, you didn't sense any animals, but you did hear faint voices in the distance. 3 voices that seem to be arguing amongst themselves. And during this argument, that is going on very, very often into the distance, seems hard to pick up on it. 2 voices that seems weirdly familiar, and a different voice that kind of seems to be arguing against this former 2 voices, and then this last voice just kind of lets out a yelp of pain, and you don't hear that voice anymore.
Can I try and make that out as it's happening with Keen here?
Familiar like the people who broke out of the box?
You get the sense that, yes, familiar like that. And yes, Rand, you can also make a perception check. Although, if anyone else has keen hearing, you can also try.
I'll try to.
Okay? Make a perception check with advantage.
I rolled the same thing.
Well, that you did. Basil, don't you have keen hearing as well? Tiger?
Me?
Yeah?
No.
Okay. uh. Yeah.
Rabbit folk do not have keen hearing,
Okay.
Odd.
which seems odd, right? I know.
They
Just
have
not in the
ears,
stat
though.
block.
Uh.
I mean, I could still do it, but
I mean, if you guys want to make a perception check, try and make out what the voices are saying.
nope. I
Oh
can't hear
boy.
nothing.
Those rolls.
I might as well. I've got a 0 perception, but you never know.
Alright. So all of you try to stop looking, following Sienna's lead and try to pay attention to what's going on. Really don't make out what the voices are saying, but all of you do hear voices in the distance, apparently discussing and arguing. And Sienna, these voices do seem very familiar. It is indeed the two escaped people.
It's the people from the ship.
Although, the two of them are the only voices that you do hear.
Picked the third voice, but it stopped.
Shall we send someone to investigate?
Well, they were capable of blinding us and messing with people's memories and destroying the ship.
Well, we should either investigate or avoid them outright.
I vote for trying to avoid because I know Sienna can't heal right now.
I still have the med kit. I'm 6 berries, and that's all I got.
it'd probably be best to avoid them in general. I mean, we all just fought and are kind of weary, especially after having our ship sank and being thrown onto a beach.
And our
Neo,
wings are almost died.
Neo will look Basil up and down. Tell me, Basil dear, how stealthy are you?
I can keep quiet.
Would you be comfortable getting just a smidge closer to see if you can overhear what they're saying? Not too close, mind you. We don't want you getting hurt.
Yeah, I can do that. So, I guess I'm stealthing now?
Sure. So, Basil, go ahead and make a stealth check as you try to approach these people.
25.
Oh, awesome. Now, also make a survival check.
7. I'm not proficient in survival. Why do you torture me like this? Duh.
I don't. So, Basil, you are already very short, and when you get low on the ground and kind of start shuffling through the foliage, you pretty much vanish to your party, who see you go into the foliage and then just see very faint movement in the grass itself, and then it's very still, and they have completely lost track of you as you start moving forwards. And when you do, you didn't really sense these disturbances that your spellcaster friends did, but you do sense that there's something going on here. And as you venture in this forest, it seems like all the time you're looking over your shoulder and you can't very well remember the path you took to come here. You do...
Yeah, I'm getting lost. Great.
You seem to be... You seem to not be very sure of where where you have come from, but you keep hearing voices in the distance arguing amongst themselves. And as you get further and further from your friends, looking back to check up on them, at one point you look back and don't see them at all. You're not entirely sure where your party was, and now you are alone in the woods. But you keep on to your task. You approach a little bit more, and then you see in front of you two humans, silver-haired both, talking amongst themselves, and in between them you see a half-elf that seems in a very precarious position. He's fallen on the ground, kind of shrieking. It would look like he's shrieking. He's opening his mouth very widely, almost as if he's screaming, but no voice is coming out. And you just see him reading on the ground, and the two humans just chuckling to one another as they look at him. Oh dear, this silly man looks very appalled. He should not have thought to betray us and lose his pitiful ship. Whatever shall we do with him, my dear sister? Well, I have been dying to try and disintegrate someone in quite a while, but I don't know if I should waste it on him. It looks so pitiful. Well, my dear, the last one I did try and explode, so I'll leave this one to you. Whatever you wish to do is yours. Show me all those neat tricks that you can do so well, dear sister mine. And she just looks at the half elf on the floor. She puts her hands on her chin and kind of keeps It seems like she's pondering about what to do with him, and she's got this wicked smile and says, I know. Oh dear brother mine, stand back. I think it's been quite a while since I last did something like this, and I would like a little bit of space to perform my arts. Come here with me, my dear. Let's try and see if there's something useful still inside of you. And she touches this guy that is writing on the floor, and she seems like she's going to start casting something. And as she does, you see this guy immediately starting to wither and shrivel into a very dry mess of a former humanoid, as life is sucked out of him. And this lady seems to be sucking all of this energy that previously was in this guy, and she as she finishes performing this weird magic spell, she takes a couple steps back, kind of tumbling a little bit, puts a hand on her head, and you can tell that despite everything that's going on, there's a lot of the dramatics going on, as every single one of her movements is very exaggerated. Almost looks like she's acting as she takes a couple steps back, puts her hand on her head and says, "Oh my world, that was just delicious. Oh Pietro, you should have felt it was oh so good." And the guy just looks at her and says, "Oh well, sister mine, you do look much brighter indeed. I think whatever is going on in here is indeed affecting us for the better, isn't it?" And she just keeps patting her own forehead. "Oh yes, my brother. What? Pietro, no." And she starts jerking a little bit in weird motions, and suddenly her whole body starts petrifying. And within seconds, she turns into stone, frozen in place. Do you do anything, Basil?
I'm just going to be very yeah, I'm gonna no, this is getting weird. I don't know why she turned to stone. Can I see, is there anything going on with the guy? Is he like going to her or anything like that? Can I see that?
Yeah, the guy, he just runs to her and starts screaming, Patricia! Patricia, no! And he starts patting the stone, shaking it, but she's completely frozen solid. And he takes a couple steps back. He seems to roll up his sleeves and think, fuck. And he starts saying some spells. He just says some arcane words and seems to try and direct it at her, but it fizzles out. And as soon as it does, you just see whatever he was trying to do. It seems like it backfired, and out of nowhere, you just see this plethora of animals coming out of nowhere, being conjured out of thin air. And he just looks at all of these animals and like, what is going on, Patricia?
I'm going to basically kind of go back away from them, kind of trying to follow the ploy I can to get away still quietly, because I need to inform the group, and I do not want to be here if he's randomly casting spells.
Alright. Make a survival check.
Why? Okay, something's got to be wrong.
It's because you were an outlander who could never get lost last game. Now you have to get lost this game.
But I rolled the same thing twice. That's what's annoying.
So, Donar, Kra,
Please, someone come find me.
Neo, Par, and Sienna, you wait and wait and wait. You start hearing shouting off into the distance, and eventually all this shouting and noises, they just kind of cease out of nowhere, and you have no idea what's going on. But you start worrying for your short friend Basil, especially since he hasn't returned, and you guys have been waiting in place for the last 2 hours.
2 hours?
Quick question.
Yeah.
That yelling we hear, is it like someone being mauled to death by animals?
No. It just seems like someone shouting a name repeatedly. And then you hear some noises that sound like arcane explosions and such, grunts of frustration, and then this voice just grows further and further away until it fades completely.
I feel like when we heard explosion, we would have gone after Basil. I know I would have.
Alright.
Same.
So as soon as you guys hear explosions, you start, you decide, okay, let's go after Basil. So everyone make a survival check.
I would be following the druid since the druid knows woods and such.
Natural frickin' 20.
I did not roll a natural 20.
Sienna spent years wandering the woods with Nito. She knows what she's doing.
Noah has lived in a big city, Water Woods.
Brenda's been wandering for a bit.
So all of you guys, as you start following, as the party starts moving in tandem, some of you kind of start wander off a little bit, but then you stop and realize, hey, this is weird. Why am I going this random direction? And you turn back to follow the big chunky group, being led by Sienna, who knows exactly what's going on. Sienna, there is something weird in this region. Some sort of wild magic is taking over these woods, and it's trying to get you lost. But you pay that no mind, and using all of your training, your druidic expertise, you keep yourself focused on the noises, the voices, and trying to go into that direction, trying not to fall to the influences of the forest. And as you're walking, very determined towards the source of the noises, or that have faded away by now, you are walking until you suddenly, it would seem like you trip on something. And then you stop to look down on what was this thing that you tripped on, and you just see your friend Basil cowering on the floor, kind of curled up in a ball.
What the hell, Basil?
Are you okay? We heard explosions.
Yeah, those two. They did something to, I think that the pirate captain would be my guess, and their magic went crazy. The woman, she turned herself to stone, and the dude was trying to cast spells. I mean, he summoned a whole bunch of animals, and I tried to back away because I didn't want to get caught in any sort of spells he was casting, and these woods are so confusing. I guess I got lost, and it just got scary with all the explosions and stuff. I just didn't I didn't want. I just felt I couldn't move. It was just no.
As I have said earlier, I say that all of us spellcasters must proceed with extreme caution if we are to cast any sort of magic at all.
Can we see the woman turned into stone?
Because you rolled a natural 20, yes, you follow more or less where you knew the noises were coming from, and you go that direction and you see that whoever was there has taken off. There are no more screaming persons, there are no more wild animals around and about, but there is indeed a shriveled, dried up half-elf man on the floor, and a petrified human woman that is still posed in the same pose you have seen her before, Basil, but she's petrified and on the ground, kind of. It would seem like she tumbled down to the side, and there are drag marks on the floor as if someone tried to pull her, but she was too heavy, and then was abandoned.
I'm gonna tap her with my sword.
I want to look at the half elf and see if I can discern why he's shriveled up.
Do we still have our prisoners with us?
Ideally.
Yes.
I would like to ask them if they recognize this shriveled up form.
They, as soon as they see the guy, they kind of, you see their faces going pale, and they say, oh shit, that's the captain, that's Lucernus. What in the fuck happened to him?
I would like to try to figure that out, please.
So, Sienna, make a medicine check.
Okay, I'm good at medicine. I'm supposed to be anyway.
May I roll Arcana to see if I can recognize any magic effects that are done on him?
Sienna has rolled 2 medicine checks and
Sure.
rolled a 1.
This
I
fucking
would
bad
like
area,
to help Neo.
Come again, Kra?
I would like to help Neo.
So, Neo, go ahead and make an Arcana check with advantage. You and Kra sharing your arcane knowledge on this. I'm
I
trying to
appreciate the assistance, Craw dear.
trying to figure out what the hell happened to this woman. Oh, there you go.
And on the shriveled up form as well.
So, it would seem that this... you would know that this is a very advanced spell. Apparently, this half-elf was the victim of a blight spell.
Oh dear. A blight spell is quite some powerful magic.
That was what she cast? Well, it must have backfired because right after she did that, she turned to stone.
Yes, it's a necromantic spell. Does quite a lot of damage. So, no wonder this captain has ended up as such.
Yes?
Would Sienna be capable of recognizing, now that she knows that it was the blight spell, and that Basil has told her that one of the people summoned a bunch of animals, would Sienna be capable of possibly putting together that those are both on the druid spell list, and that these people might be some form of druids?
Not really. No, not really. I mean, you get the sense that that is a possibility, but you don't have any. That's the only proof you have to go on. You know that there are people who can steal arcane secrets, such as bards as well.
Just thought I'd try to see.
In fact, Basil, why don't you make an Arcana check as well? Just for the heck of it.
Basil.
Yeah.
Wow. You can't do survival, but jeez, an 18 in Arcana.
Basil, you see that the guy, when he was trying to get to the petrified woman, he was not trying to conjure animals. It seems like he was trying to cast some other spell, and it not only backfired but morphed and shifted into a completely different spell somehow.
Yeah, it changed. He wasn't trying to, I don't think, conjure animals. I think he was trying to cast something to free her from the petrification.
At this point, would Neo recognize wild magic?
Yeah, at this point you guys are very certain that there is magical, wild magic shenanigans going on in these woods here that you're trying to go across.
I'm gonna push over the statue and say whoops.
The statue is already on the ground.
Oh.
It's laying on its side, and there are drag marks as if the guy tried to pull it, but it was too heavy, and he abandoned it.
Can I, crush the hands off of it?
Sure.
And don't.
What if she comes back? This place is weird.
Well, then she'll be alone in a weird place where her magic won't work.
Never been one to attack a defenseless person, and this is just glorified beating on someone. It'd be horrific anyway.
Technically, this is
You'd
a
be
statue.
basically cutting their hands off.
Yeah, but if they do come back, they'd come
But it's
back
a
with no
statue.
hands, bleeding out here on the ground. I thought you were
It's a
expert in
statue.
fighting.
So as you are arguing between the morality of destroying the hands of a statue, the captain just approaches you guys from behind and says, I don't know about you, but I'm not a fan of proceeding through these woods, no matter how closer it is. Doesn't seem safe. Or are we pushing through the woods? What are we doing?
Sadly, I have to agree with the captain here.
definitely don't want magic people through here.
There's far more to me than just magic, dear.
I think if we travel along the coast but stay near the tree line, that should give us cover from more pirates. And I don't know. That was really the only downside to the coast. If nobody wants to shortcut through the wild magic woods.
Yes.
Suggestion, Stella.
Yes, I believe that if we get close enough to the City of Redemption, perhaps we can take a shortcut then. But until then, we must stay as close to the coast as possible to avoid as much of this wild magic as possible. I've seen some wild magic firsthand, and I believe it must be avoided at all costs.
I agree.
Well, back to the shore then. The captain says, but doesn't really move because your guys are kind of in the middle of the forest, and only the druid seems to know the way, and everyone is kind of looking at you, Sienna, for guidance, and some of them do look a little bit tired. And you imagine you could safely get down and rest for a bit, or you can just press on.
It might be better to take the night here, rest up, and then in the morning we can go back to the shore. That way, if we encounter anything in the shore, we'll be all set for it. Because right now there doesn't seem to be anything around, as long as we don't do any more spells.
I do fear for what may happen if some creature or some other ruffians come after us during the night. I would be very ill-equipped to help should that occur.
So what are you guys doing?
Well, if the party doesn't want to sleep in the wild magic woods, Sienna will do her best to find the quickest route to the shore so they can camp away from the wild magic.
Yeah.
As long as the place feels more calm and we won't have anything exploding at us, I'm more for that.
Yep.
Alright, so all of you guys then start making your way out of the woods with the guidance of Sienna, who seems not necessarily immune, but seems way better equipped to deal with whatever charms these woods have. And you start to make your way back to the shore. After walking for a few hours, the sun kind of starts to set and does. But by which point you are safely outside of the woods, but you keep following the shoreline, keeping the tree line in sight, kind of in between both of them, making sure that you're safe. And after a certain while of walking back to shore, the four of you, spellcasters, do feel that shift in the air subsides, and everything seems to go back to normal as far as spells are concerned.
Just to be absolutely sure, Neo's going to once again cast Shocking Grasp on his hand.
It works exactly as you expected it to.
That is quite the relief.
Then I guess it's time for a rest if the sun's setting and we're in safety. Relative.
Alright.
I do still suggest using the trees for as much cover as possible.
I agree.
I'm gonna go get some firewood.
I'll go with you and help Rend.
Everyone's
I'll
gonna hand.
help them.
Alright, so the three of you can make a survival check as you start to set up camp.
Anybody want food? I have 6 berries left. I've fed the captain and Kra.
Ooh, I do like those flavors. Yes, your berries were quite sweet, Sienna dear.
Thanks.
And
You each recover 1 hit point and have enough food for the rest of the day. Sienna will eat 1 herself.
Fine.
Hazel, you want 1?
As you're offering around berries, the two captives, they kind of look towards you, kind of like, I kind of would like some berries, but they don't really make any advances towards it.
Neo will take a berry, 2 berries from Sienna's hands and give 1 each to the prisoners.
I got 1 left.
Alright, so they eat the berries and they look very grateful that you guys have not immediately killed them, abandoned them in the cursed woods, or are starving them. They seem very, very agreeable with you now. So, with the help of Kra, who somehow manages to recognize very well the woods that would be necessary for kindling a bonfire of sorts and getting a camp started, all of you start to set up camp and rest for the night.
I imagine that Neo and Par will camp a bit farther from the rest of everyone.
Sure. So all of you guys set your camp to a degree. Luckily, you still have all of your equipment that was kind of with you in your backpack that you always carry around, even when the ship was attacked somehow. And none of your items were lost. They are just a little damp, but they're still in one piece. And all of you set up camp, get a fire going. Kind of everyone finds their own corner, and everyone decides to take turns to watch over the night for to watch over the night for any sort of whatever might happen. As you guys take a long rest, let me get the dice here. So during the night, that's a 3. So Kra,
Yes.
during your watch, as you're walking around camp and making the round, making sure that everything is going alright, you kind of, when you walk in front of the captives that are well, they are being kept somewhere in the camp, I imagine, near the captain and whoever else is guarding over them. The two of them, they look up to you as you walk by and say, hey, mate, sorry that we attacked you and tried to murder you. That was very shitty of us. No hard feelings, right?
Right, of course. And I'm going to go away from them.
And they both nod and smile as they watch you walk away, just trying, expressing their sympathies. And you're not entirely sure how honest they are being, but you keep on making patrolling the camp. And as you're doing so, make a perception check. um, at a moment during the night, Kra, you see in the distance what seems to be further along the coast to the west. You do see a column of smoke that seems to rise up.
I'm going to wake up Donor and say that to him. Tell him that to him.
What is it? What is it?
There is smoke. Look.
I look off into the distance.
All right, the two of you do look, and you do see that a ways from you there is indeed a column of smoke near the shore, in a place you hadn't quite noticed yet before. But if you strain your eyes a little bit, you can see the silhouettes of what looks like a very small village. That seems something is going down there.
All right. I will wake up Rend and Sienna and tell them that there's a village nearby. It appears that they're being attacked or something. There's smoke coming from the distance along the shore. It might be more pirates.
We should probably go help them then.
Agreed. Donar starts off in that direction.
I'll wake up Basil.
I'll go find the two weirdos.
Alright, so all 7 of you get up and are found and get up and start walking towards the village, making some sort of gesture to the captain to keep watching the two captives. This happened very late in the night, early in the morning, by which point Kraz's watch was along one of the last few watches, so I would say everyone has got a long rest.
Good.
If they're punished.
Alright, so let's see.
And as you start walking towards this village that seems to be on fire, you do see that the sun is very shyly starting to rise off into the distance. And with the very little light that it gives off, you do see it kind of glistening across the scales of several weird fish people that seems to be brandishing spears and attacking, or trying to attack someone that you see down a kind of makeshift dock that seems to be a lizard folk of sorts. He seems to be holding out a spear, and behind him, further in the docks, you see many other people like him, some other lizard folk, some tritons, all of them cowering, holding children, as he keeps just shouting out things to these fish people that are advancing, and all of them brandishing spears. But at which point they're all focused on one another and they don't notice you. So what do you do?
Rush up to help him.
Alright. Is that what the whole party is doing?
If he's going in, I'm going in.
I was going to be cautious, but now I'm a bit worried that they're just rushing in, so I will follow, but from a distance.
Is it that spellcaster dude that's there?
No, you don't see him at all. You see some weird fish folk attacking people.
Okay, yeah, that's not good. Basil's going to sigh, and he's going to be like, Rend, our friends are seeming to be running directly into combat.
That they are. So Rand
First,
and
I was just following.
Rand and Donor, the two of you run ahead, and the rest of the party kind of lags a little bit behind as everyone starts making their way towards these people that are being attacked, seeking to help. So Rand, the two of you run past a couple of tents set out near the shore. You'd see a lot of weirdly sunken buildings, but they seem to be sunken by design. It's kind of odd. But regardless, you all approach as you see these lizard folk kind of brandishing a spear and saying things in Draconic, which half the party
I understand.
half the party speaks Draconic. And this guy is just yelling at this fish folk something along the lines of, stay away, you fiends, let us be." And all the fish folk are just speaking gibberish. You're not even sure what language they speak, but they seem maddened. They seem to be going nuts and out of control. Does anyone speaks Undercommon?
I
Yeah.
do.
Sadly, no.
All right.
Thing that he did.
Those of you who do speak Draconic just hear these fish folk going, saying, the noise compels us, the noise, shut the noise. And why not? Go ahead and roll some delicious initiative, everyone.
So we did not get a full rest?
You did.
You got a full rest. I'm waiting for the token tracker to come up.
I rolled a 2.
See, this seems more like a normal initiative roll for me.
I rolled really low.
10. Right in the middle.
Me and Kra are going last.
Oh no.
Fine. That's fine. You do both distance.
So let me roll initiative for all these here many guys. You see that these kind of little fish people, they look very odd and agitated and maddened even, as they seem to be very angry with this guy who is in the middle of the dock, keeping safe some people that look like him that are further back on the dock. There are some sunken buildings, but they seem to be housings, but no one is in the houses as they're all kind of, well, apparently being attacked. And one of them goes first. This guy just sees you in the distance approaching, but he hasn't yet no idea of who you guys are. So he's just gonna stay there. He's gonna do nothing. He's actually going to dodge in case anyone attacks him. And that's his turn. So Donor, what are you doing?
I'm going to rush up and 5, 10, 15 and yell to them, stop. We can talk about this.
All of these weird fish folk, they just look at you and start hissing in your direction and keep speaking in Undercommon. The noise! They bring the noise!
Where is the noise? We'll turn it off.
They don't seem to pay attention to you, and they seem to get ready and poised to attack you.
Alright, then I will hit them.
Okay. So as you go to hit this guy right in front of you, this very, very small Bubby boy, he seems very small, very slippery, and as you try to slash at him, you miss.
Very good.
Is that your turn?
That's it.
Okay, now it's their turn. So this guy that you just tried to attack is gonna look up at you, keep hissing, and he's gonna try and spear you. Why not? So he is going to hit you
He is going to hit me.
and cause delicious 2 points of damage.
And now I will vengeful assault him since I just took damage from a creature that's within the range of my weapon as a reaction.
Okay. Alright. So you attack him back, causing damage. Dealing a lot of damage to this poor boy here who just hisses even more, blood splashing across the sand. And he doesn't look very happy with you attacking him. That's his turn though. Next guy is gonna run up to you, Donar. And actually, no, from where he is he's gonna look at you and pick up a net that he has and is gonna throw it at you. Actually, he's gonna move over here.
Don't throw poor net at someone.
And then throw a net at you. Which misses.
Not very well.
Yeah, he tries to throw this net and he kind of... Your form is just too big and he can't quite well get it around you and it just falls into the sand harmlessly. Next up, this big here guy over here is just gonna look at all of you and start hissing even more and say, "They bring the noise! Take them down! They have the noise!" And he is going to go ahead and... Shit, you guys are too far away. Too far away. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah, he's gonna move over here then. No, he can't quite though. Yeah, he's gonna move over here on top of this unlit campfire and cast Bane on Donar and Rand. So I would like the two of you to make a charisma saving throw.
Who?
Rand and Donar. Make a charisma saving throw.
Come on, Ren, you can do it.
Well, none of you guys get baned. So there you go. That's all he does. He just keeps hissing and pointing at you guys. This other poor fellow here, all the way in the back, he just comes closer. Yeah, over here is just gonna toss a spear that he has on you, Donar.
He hit.
Cool. You suffer lovely that many points of damage as he lobs the spear, flies a few feet and hits you right on the chest. And that's all he does. So Par, You see in the distance Donar getting pelted by very tiny attacks. What are you doing?
Well, I can't very much have that now, can I? And actually, you know what? I'm gonna take dash action. And I am going to headbutt this this one right here.
Goring Rush.
Alright, is that the thing you can do? Okay, it is a thing you can do. Sure, go for it.
When it rolls.
Yeah,
Gotta love, yeah, gotta love when Roll20 does this.
You. Oh, there you go. 17 will hit, so go ahead and roll for damage.
Now we got extra assurance.
So, oh, there you go. True attack rolls. 5 damage is just enough to gore this guy. And you just run towards him and impale him with your horns. And when you lift your head, you just see his feet dangling in front of your eyes as his body just gets hoisted up and is stuck on the top of your head. Are you?
That is my turn.
Alright, so after Par mercilessly kill one of them, what are you doing, Basil?
Yeah, I don't understand a word they're saying, right?
Unless you speak Draconic or Undercommon, you have no idea. You just see that Donar and Par seems to be attacking these fish guys that are attacking you back.
Okay, let's see here. I'm going to move up in front of Rend, and then I'm going to, let's see, throw a dart at Kuatoa 1.
Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot you can see their names. So, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Uh, 11.
11, which one you were attacking? Number 1 here? Okay, unfortunately, that misses. You throw a dart and if you fling this dart and he just raises his tiny little shield and the dart just gets stuck to it.
Fair enough.
And if that ends your turn, next up is Neo.
Okay. So, Neo, first seeing Par gore that thing to death, will say, I will help you wash that off later, dear. And then he will move along the side to right about there. He also can probably see the other two lizard folk down towards the end of the pier. Are those two figures down with the lizard folk friendly?
They seem to be cowering in fear from all these attacking fishmen.
Okay, so the entire threat is all up here. Got it.
Yeah.
And then Neo's going to... He is going to... Oh, that is a line, not a cone. Cool, cool. Let me do some measurement. Well, regardless, I'd only be able to hit one of them with that, so instead I'm just going to fire bolt the spellcaster here, which would be the whip, I believe.
Yep. Go ahead and make a spell attack roll. Which hits. Right in his fish face.
7 fire damage right to his fish face.
Cool.
And I will end my turn there.
Alright, finishing up your turn. Next up is Rend.
I would like to rage.
Oh, sure. You rage.
And I'm gonna run at the caster.
Okay.
And attack with my great sword.
Alright. So go ahead and roll for an attack.
Nope.
You try and hit at him, and he is just too small and too slippery. And you're too big and too slow with your great sword hits. And that's your turn, I believe.
Yep, that's all my action, bonus action.
Alright. Next up, this small fishman here. He just seems to run up to you over here. Getting behind you and flanking you, Rand, and he's gonna go ahead and attack you. With his lovely spear attack. Well, that's all he does. After missing. Sienna, what are you doing?
Well, nobody's really down enough to require a lot of healing, so I'm just going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet forward there. And I'm going to cast Produce Flame, but I'm just going to hold it in my hand in case I need it later, because I can do that with that.
Alright, so you're holding a Produce Flame?
Yeah, because the way Produce Flame works is that a flickering flame appears in your hand and it remains there for the duration, which is 10 minutes. And if I choose to lob it, then I can throw it 30 feet for 1d8 fire damage. I can either do it at the turn when I summon it or on a later.
Okay.
So that's all I got right now, because I'm just going to wait and see what happens.
Alright, you produce flame in your hand, and all of the fish folk that are still alive, they look at you kinda in awe and also kinda hissing at your general direction as well, Sienna. And that's all you do?
Yep.
Okay. Kra.
Yes, I'm going to move up here, and I'm going to cast magic missile at Koatoa number 1, 4, and at the whip.
Okay. The 3 closest ones, they will conjure up some magic missiles. You cast it at them, dealing a lot of damage. Enough to cause this big spellcaster one to start bleeding.
Nice, and that's all for my turn.
Okay. So Kra, as you go ahead and cast more magic missiles at everyone, all of these fish folk, they start going nuts just seeing all of these things, all of you attacking them, and they all start hissing and yelling more about the noise. And this one that is very far in the back here is also gonna take after you guys after seeing you attacking their friends. In fact, this one is dead. This guy right here, number 2, is gonna lob a net at you, Par.
Alright. He's throwing fish nets.
15, I believe, just misses.
Just misses.
Alright. So, Par, you see this net coming your way, and you just hold up your shield and catch it in your hand, and then just throw it off to the side. And it doesn't hinder you in the least, and he just keeps there hissing in your direction. Top of the second round, this lizard folk guy who was telling them to go away, he sees cavalry coming, and you guys seems to bolster his spirit enough that he is going to start taking action. He will move up closer to this fishman here in the back, and is gonna attack him with his club. And he hits the fishman. And that's all he does. He seems to also be targeting the fish folk, and you get the sense that they are, after all, the big threat here. So Donar, what are you doing?
I step up one space here, take in a deep breath, and blow my frost breath weapon out at number 1 and that one. So it's a 15-foot cone.
Alright. And they make saving throws, I believe.
Let me click on it.
Constitution saving throws.
13.
Well, they fail.
Not, they take 8 points of damage.
Alright, the one right in front of you, you see parts of his body freezing completely and splitting off, revealing a bloody underneath, and the other guy just freezes completely and falls back completely frozen. And dead.
And that is my turn.
Alright. Now it's their turn. This guy is dead, he doesn't have a turn. This guy is also dead, he doesn't have a turn. This one that is right in front of you, Donar, he's gonna keep hissing and yelling more about the noise. And he's gonna attack you with his tiny spear, which misses. So yeah, he's gonna stay there and do nothing else. This other guy here in the back, he is also gonna come closer. Actually no, he's fighting with the lizard folk guy. Yeah, he's gonna attack him. Yep, that's wrong. Well, he misses. So, all these fish folk, they seem weak, they seem pitiful, they don't seem capable of much. Their biggest threat seems to be outnumbering people, but now they are the ones that are outnumbered. So, Par, what are you doing?
Well, right here, and we will headbutt. No, we're gonna give this guy some mace.
Give him the mace.
Which I don't know what happened to my mace and my weapon.
Your mace would be... Oh, you found it. Good. Alright, you try to strike at this guy here, right in front of you, Par. But you... as you try to strike at him, he raises his shield, and your mace kind of breaks part of his shield, creating a dent. And when you go to pull back, you find that his shield seems to... Your mace is stuck to his shield, so make a strength saving throw. Alright. You pull it with all of your might, and you just break apart this guy's shield into pieces. And when it flies out of his hand, and he kind of just looks at you shocked, he just keeps hissing. Very angry at you. Are you doing anything else?
Since that wasn't a hit, right?
Yeah, it wasn't.
I think that's it.
Alright. Basil.
Alright. Seeing that my friend Rend is getting flanked, I'm going to hop in front of Neo so I can flank the Kotoa behind Rend, and I'm going to take a strike at.
Alright. Reverse flank. Which hits.
Seven damage.
Alright.
And then I'm going to make an unarmed strike.
Go for it.
11.
Plus 2 from the flanking is a 13, which just hits.
Alright. And that's a 5.
Okay. 5 is enough to kill him, so you just punch at him and you feel the bones inside his scaly skin breaking under the pressure of your punch, and he just clumps to the floor.
And I'm going to say to Rend, you need to watch your back more often, my friend.
I haven't been hit yet.
And that's your turn?
Yep, that's my turn.
Alright, Neo.
Well, all the plans I had been making on the side have been foiled in some way, shape, or form, so Neo's just going to walk up right in between Rend and Donna and try and grab this guy in front of me with a shocking grasp.
Okay.
That was very close to a 3.
And you succeed. Alright, you grab him up. It's kind of hard to find a neck with which to grab because his whole body is neck almost. But you manage to grab him up and shock him, and he fries in your hands. And when you release him, he's just fried fish. Dead fried fish.
And
That sounds tasty.
And he also can't take reactions.
Because he's
He
dead.
definitely can't take reactions. He's dead.
Alright, anything else you're doing?
Nope. I believe that'll be all.
Okay, Rand, what are you doing?
I'm running to the Kuatilla that's in front of the Dragonborn.
Okay,
And I'm going to attack with the Greatsword again.
sure, go for it. Alright, that hits. Roll for damage.
12.
12, you destroy this fishman. You split him in half. Vertical even, going from up to down, you split him in half, and your great sword lands in the sand, inches away from this lizard folk guy who they have been attacking. He just looks at you with mixed feelings, but nevertheless somewhat thankful. And that's your turn, or are you moving still?
I think with the rest of my movement, I'll get in front of the Dragonborn and help defend him if I.
Alright. He's a lizard folk, but okay. So, Sienna.
I'm going to lob my produce flame at the sand in front of the final remaining Kuatoa. Point out to the water and just say, leave!
Alright, make an intimidation check.
Can't even understand my language. But fire. Everything understands fire.
Indeed.
22.
Okay. So, almost as if to lend credence to your ball of flame that you just lob at this creature, you see it explodes on the floor in the sand, and just over the hills to the east, where you guys have been kind of coming from, the sun seems to finally rise, and sunlight covers this entire area. And as it does, the Kuatoa just kind of lifts up his arms, shooting his face and hissing even more. He keeps screaming about the noise. And he looks at all of you and he seems to start backing away, almost as if to run. And do you guys let him run away?
I would suggest maybe we can get information out of this guy from people that seem to understand him.
I can't understand him.
I cannot understand him too.
So if we can subdue this guy...
He keeps talking about the noise. He wants the noise to stop.
Can he tell us where the noise is coming from?
I asked for them to stop and throw down their weapons, and we could talk about this and stop the noise, but that's whenever they kept menacing me.
Alright, so essentially, Sienna, after you lob this fire, intimidating the heck out of this guy, the sun comes out, and he's the only surviving member, and he does not seem to like the sun, apparently. And he just stops and kind of cowers a little bit, and all of you kind of circle him, getting around him, and he doesn't seem to be in the position to fight any one of you anymore. So combat is over.
What is the noise you talk of?
So this guy, he just keeps yelling and hissing, "The noise! Stop the noise! Stop it!" And the lizard folk, who was nearly getting cornered by him, he lowers his spear and starts walking towards him and you in turn, Donar. Are you friend or foe?
Well, we saw you being attacked, and we wanted to help.
Tell me, dear, do you know this noise they speak of?
So...
And I'm speaking in Draconic, just for good measure.
Okay. He was speaking in very broken common, but in Draconic. He seems a little bit more fluent and says, "These creatures, they complain of the noise. They live further uphill." And he kind of points off into the distance, and when you guys look back, there are hills to the north of where you are, northeast-ish, where apparently these creatures came from, which you also know to be in the wild magic zone. Every once in a while, things happen in the woods, and these creatures lose their minds and come running and attacking everything and everyone.
That hardly seems a coincidence. Tell me, dear, do you have any spellcasters in your number?
No, we do not. But a man came here just a short while ago. He'd said he needed help, so I gave him some provisions to travel.
And I will assume this man had silver hair?
Yes, much like yourself, yes, he did.
Do you know which direction he went in?
I don't know the direction. He got here and he seemed to disappear in thin air. He cast some spell.
Well, that would make tracking him nigh on impossible at this point, then. I suppose we may need to check on this noise these fish creatures speak of. However, we have spellcasters in our midst, and traveling through these lands may prove quite dangerous for us. Do you know anything about the area of wild magic up ahead?
That we avoid that area. It is not natural. It tries to deceive you and break your mind. We don't go there. And you should not go there either. These fish folk, they live in there, and that's why their minds have been completely destroyed. Don't go there. If you have a place to go, go elsewhere, but not over there.
It would be quite a shame if you were attacked yet again by these fish folk that have seemingly lost their minds because of whatever noise may be responsible for the wild magic. Oh dear.
Oh, you're thinking the noise may be whatever magic we were feeling in the tree line.
I believe it may be possible. I cannot be certain for sure, but this is far too much of a coincidence for it to be mere coincidence, if you catch my drift.
And here I was thinking it was my cowbell.
He looked at all of you. Whenever people go into the woods, they anger the forest. And when the forest is angry, it breaks the fish folk mind. And the fish folk go crazy and start attacking everything and everyone.
We should stay out of the forest then.
We choose stay out of the forest, but it would seem that this man that came here was not aware that he should have stayed away from the forest. And he went there and riled up the forest, angered it, and the forest angered the fish folk.
Indeed. I believe his sister may have been caught in whatever wild magic the forest may produce.
They both angered the forest. She turned to stone, and it conjured its animals to attack him.
If the forest is angered so, as our friend here says, then perhaps she was the one that angered it first by taking the captain's life with magic.
Doug,
Yes.
would there be a way? I keep asking this for Sienna, because both those spells I'm pretty sure are on the druid spell list. it would make sense that the forest, as its own entity, would cast them in retribution for transgressions against them. At least Sienna would probably think so.
So you get the sense that those two spells are indeed druidic spells, and a very powerful druid could cast those spells. And for a very powerful druid, it wouldn't even be too much work. For you, right now, you don't even know how to harness that power, but for an arc druid, that is very within range, very well within capabilities.
Either the forest or some spirit that inhabits and protects it is angry with those silver-haired people. They've already gotten one. It's very possible that they will get the other, and perhaps we should just let the forest deal with this on its own.
Neo will then turn back to the lizard folk and, continuing to speak in Draconic, I hope you and yours will be safe here. I hope these other fish folk will not attack you anymore.
Drake, Rand, you can make a investigation check, and the lizard folk he just looks at you. Yes, we can protect ourselves, but we don't. We were caught by surprise today. Normally we can handle them very well, but this time around they seemed much angrier, and we were taken back. We are very capable of defending ourselves.
Considering what we saw in the forest, dear, I am not surprised they were that angry if the forest itself triggered their anger. So please, be careful.
I will, and you too. You are not from around here, are you?
I am not. I am from the continent of Mitos.
I never heard of that. But where are you going, stranger?
Are you aware of a city nearby called Redemption?
Yes, it is where the ship sailing folk live.
We were on a ship heading there. Our ship was destroyed by some people who were after the silver-haired man you speak of.
Do you wish to go to the city then?
Yes, I believe some of our number have some business that they must tend to within Redemption.
All right. We can help you. We can guide you. If you wish to.
That would be much appreciated. I get the sense that you and yours would know the lay of the land much better than we would, especially given the circumstances surrounding the forest.
Yes. Yes. We will help you. But stay out of the woods. It is dangerous for everyone. And don't anger the woods.
We wouldn't dream of it, dear. And then Neo will turn around and, in common, say to the rest of the party, we have some guides that will lead us to Redemption.
Oh, how kind.
So, a short while later, you do see, kind of showing up from the east, the captain bringing along the two captives, also carrying the your camping supplies, who just looks a little bit annoyed that you guys abandoned him and rushed off. And says, "Alright, what's going on? Why did you leave off in such a hurry? What's going on here?"
Oh, Captain, my Captain. We helped these poor lizard folk. They were under siege from these fish people.
Well, alright. 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 I suppose. Wait. The captain, he looks at the fish folk and says, "Is this the Lakello village? Are you the Lakello people?" And the lizard folk seems to nod and agree with him. And the captain says, "Alright. Okay, we're close then. This is good. I've heard many tales of the Lakello people helping travelers. So, can you help us find our way?"
They have agreed to help us in return for our saving them from the fish folk, yes?
So, the captain nods. You all start getting together, looking around to see what you can make of the situation. The lizard folkman, he calls over a somewhat young Triton female that she looks a little bit meek, but otherwise seems very physically capable, and they start talking in kind of broken common, explaining that you are travelers who are lost and need help finding your way back. And she nods, turns back to you and says, "Well, hello, I'm Brevani. I'll be guiding you back to redemption."
Well, hello there. My name is Neo.
"Oh, hello, Neo. Oh, the sun has just rose. We should get going then. Enjoy all daytime we can."
Lead the way, my dear.
She talks briefly with some of the other people who in the village, who now calm down after the whole place being attacked. The Rend, you looking over the fish guy people, the fish people, you don't really find much on them. They don't seem to be, civilized folk that deal in money and such. The most you find on them is some trinkets.
Ooh, what kind of trinkets?
You find what appears to be a necklace of some weird kind of oval, very elongated oval-shaped stones that seems to have been perforated and put together in a necklace. And the other guy seems to have a bag that a little pouch that when you open it, there's a bunch of bugs on the inside, just insects.
I immediately drop that bag and walk the hell away.
All right.
Even fish need to eat, dear. Would I be able to cast Detect Magic, either by ritual or by just casting it to see if this necklace that Rend has found has any magic to it?
Sure. When you get some of your... Do you have a pearl? No, that's Identify, never mind.
Yeah, I'm not casting Identify, I'm casting Detect Magic just to see if it's magical.
Okay, so when you start to hold up this necklace and you start making some arcane glyphs in the air to try and detect magic, a hand just lands on your arm and lowers it, breaking your concentration on the spell. And you look to the side and just see Brivani. We should not cast magic in here.
Oh, but we are not in the forest yet, are we?
No, but only cast anything if it's absolutely necessary. We don't want to anger the forest.
I see. Well, in that case, do you recognize this necklace that my companion has found?
She looks at it. That seems like a religious symbol of the god that the fish folk worship.
I thank you for your information, and then I will hand this necklace back to Rend.
Sienna wants to go to the captured Kuatoa and sort of just look at it and start speaking in Druidic, just to see if it responds to the sound of the language, if it knows any of the words, or if it understands what it's saying, or just recognizes sounds in particular orders.
So whenever you start speaking to the Kuatoa, he is still hissing and kind of just looking, trying to shield his eyes from the sun and just hissing at all of you, still complaining about the noise. But when you start speaking to him in Druidic, he just seems to stop. He's still squinting his gigantic eyes, but he seems to pay attention to what you're saying, almost as if enthralled by what you are saying. And as you go on in your prose, it doesn't seem necessarily concerned with what you are saying, but with how you are saying.
Sienna will just nod when she realizes that, stand up, go back to the party, and explain that there's definitely some powerful magics going on in the forest, and it might be the forest protecting itself, and we should respect its desire of not casting magic. Because if the Kuatoa know Druidic, then they've either learned it through their own innate druidry and they understand the forest better than we do, or there's a druid in the forest who knows them that is its guardian, and we should respect that.
Yes, I agree.
You know, I listened to you about all this druid and magic stuff, Sienna, so if you say that's the way we need to be, I'll agree completely with.
Sienna is smartest.
So Brivani, she looks at all of you and she nods at you, Sienna. We don't understand the forest fully, but we respect it, and in turn it respects us.
That is very wise.
Now come on, I'll help you get back. And she starts leading all of you guys, following the coastline through a journey that is very long. But as you keep following the coastline, you do recognize some of the sites, even if barely. You recognize like the general biome of the region where you are in. You see that you start climbing up a hill of sorts as you are approaching the Dragon's Pride Fjords. and from your height advantage, you start seeing some ships sailing further west as you approach a place where you can see indeed the ships coming and going on the trade route that you should have taken, but you didn't. And 2 days later, this first day of traveling and stopping here, and the next day, a little bit late in the afternoon, all of you guys are very weary, very tired, but you approach finally the city of redemption. Not by the way that you left, but you do approach it very, very, very tired of the whole ordeal. And before you even are able to get to the city itself, enter its gates, Bravani, she just stops leading you guys and just nods. And this is where I leave you.
Thank you for your guidance, dear.
Thank you.
Basil will bow and say, "May you have safe travels back to your home."
I will.
Many thanks indeed.
And you all, be careful next time. And if you ever find yourselves stranded over there and you again, look for us and we'll do our best to help you. The blessings of Gaffadur to you all. She nods and turns and starts making her way back towards the path where you guys came from, as you all turn to look at the bright big city of redemption from where you left a couple weeks ago. And
Really quick, Doug.
yes,
On the trip here, could I have taken a look at that necklace that Ren found?
sure.
Seeing as I suspect some sort of druidic connection to the whole thing, I'm curious.
Make a religion check, Sienna.
Alright, I am not proficient in that, but let's do it. 14.
At first it felt weird when someone mentioned this god that this fish folk worship, because this necklace doesn't looks like any god you ever heard of. But aside from that, you don't sense any power coming from it itself.
There'd be no like druidic inscription on it or anything like that. It just seems to be an odd necklace of whatever their particular religion.
Yep. It just seems to be a necklace that they fashioned themselves. There are no druidic inscriptions on it. And overall, it doesn't matches any known religion.
I want to go back to that forest sometime.
Maybe when we're ready.
So, all of you now finally make your way back into the City of Redemption, very distraught, frazzled, and exhausted after this misadventure you guys just had, thinking back that maybe there is quite a lot to that forest, and even though your little expedition went very sideways, there's still some experience that you gained in that may prove very useful for hopeful prospects of the Adventurers Guild. And that is where we're gonna end today's session, you guys.
Yay!
Are we level 2?
Level 2!
Yes, all of you guys level up to level 2.
Yay!
Nice.
Next piece that again?
You can just
300.
hit the gear cog and then click launch level character mancer.
Oh, poor Craw.
I think Doug allows re-rolling ones.
I did not.
Cause stuck. This is why I think the average. I'm too afraid of that.
I'm a gambling man.
So, Doug, what CR are those Cavals beasts?
Not very high. I don't have I don't have a stat block for them. I'll have to fetch one as well.
I got my wild shape ability now.
Oh yeah. I'll need to have that prepared then, I suppose.
So literally every time I see a beast, I'm going to be writing it down.
Sure thing.
This does not compute.
All right.
I should be rolling. If I roll a 2, I have a +2 Constitution. I should be getting 4 hit points. Why does it say 3?
Draconic Bloodline gets you +1 to your die roll.
But I rolled a 2.
Yes, you rolled a 2, +1 to your die roll from being a Draconic Bloodline sorcerer, and then when you finish your level up, it'll add in your Constitution.
Okay, I guess I need to level up more in order. Blah. Okay.
It's weird with Draconic Bloodline. I know I built a sheet for it.
All right. I've got key points now.
I've got sorcery points.
I got Wild Shape and Balm of the Summer Court.
Also, I can move to.
Axe.
Oh no. Now, once again, I'll get started. We have already done this dance. I have already been tormented by monks.
I don't have stunning strike yet, Doug.
Yet.
There's only one monk this time. So it's okay,
Besides that,
there's
it is
only one.
month. I can't
I
stun
have
the whole
five
entire,
points.
Well, I mean, you don't have yet, but it's happening. Oh boy. Somehow you have the highest AC of the party, so look at you already being OP.
Well, 18 in Dex, 18 in Wisdom. I'm just kind of, there.
Like, you're gonna hate me.
I mean, well, we shall see. But anyway.
I mean, Rend was the one who was taking the hits, and he was like, 1.
2.
Well, I suppose that today was not meant to be a day in which you guys died, because I couldn't roll for crap for damage. But that's alright, it just means that these pseudo-deadly hard encounters that you did in a row-ish were appropriate. If I put them to be harder and they somehow rolled very high damage, you guys would have been dead, and that would not have been good. But anyway. You know what? I'm feeling nice today. So I will allow you, Donar and Kra, to reroll your ones for hit points.
Woo! Now I'm good to get back.
Ugh, a 2. I'm
Still
sorry,
better than
Rob.
a 1.
Oh no. Oh, there you go.
This is why I average.
1 and 2 more hit points, which is more than you had before, so hooray.
I take the average up until a certain level.
Well, I mean, we shall see how this goes. But anyway, we went a little bit overboard with time, but I believe that that's alright because we had a successful first session. Nobody died. Nobody got even nearly close to dying except for Kra, but this party has 2 healers, so you're more than covered in that department. So,
3 if you count the paladin.
Oh yeah, at
I
first.
get to do that with 2
Yeah, at first level you get to do that. Oh yeah, you have Fear of the Small. You have not been using that, have you?
I didn't use it because I didn't have the need to, and also it only would do 1 point of extra damage at the time, and I was like, I'm not going to knock somebody down, so I'm going to hold.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you did take several people down, but by a whole lot, so it wasn't even that necessary. But anyway, so you guys are in the city of redemption now, so I will need to get ready for next session to see what fun little shenanigans happen when you report to
Jameson, that's going to be awkward.
to James
Yeah.
to Jameson and Villavelle that the shipment has been lost.
Yeah, but we have the captain, and we're going to keep the captain with us in the pirates because we can say, hey, we were just delivering the stuff, and then this shit happened.
Indeed.
Do you think Jameson will be a stiff drink, dear?
Also, we need
That remains to be seen, I guess.
we will need to also explore a little bit more of what Donar, Kra, Neo, and Par are wanting to do in Redemption, after all.
Indeed.
Which we didn't get to a lot this time around, but next session we might get to that.
I have nearly 30 hit points.
Oh boy. God damn you.
Barbarians.
Oh, you ridiculous Shepo, you. But anyway, so now that this session is over and you all have survived to level 2, all the teams, now I can start throwing more weird shit at you guys, and hopefully it'll turn out alright. And nobody will die. So thank you guys so very much for playing with me and doing this craziness that we have been doing for over a year and a half now. To the lovely people over there at Twitch. Once again, thank you guys so very much for dedicating the time of your day to be with us here watching and following up this new thing. We have absolutely no idea how this is gonna work for the future. As with replays and the wiki as we do, the replays will definitely be on the YouTube channel, but as for the wiki, I'm not entirely sure how that will work. But thank you guys so very much for watching. I'll throw the links in chat, and take care of yourselves, stay safe, and keep on being lovely and loving everyone else. Goodbye everyone, great weekend.